Rebecca, this is Cathy.
All right, and we are live with this, the regular meeting of the Sonoma City Council on Monday, December 14th. Go ahead and call this meeting to order, and if we could have the flag brought up for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which she stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
Great. All right. Do we have a report out on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the council met in closed session for the items posted on the agenda. There is nothing that the council needs to report out at this time.
Great. Just want to go over the process for public comment. So we've got a number of items on our meeting, and I think that there's maybe a number of people that have not attended before that are attending tonight. There is going to be an open public comment section, and that is for items that are not on tonight's agenda. So if you're trying to comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda, please wait until that item comes up. The second thing is that we are participating in an online meeting. So if you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand virtually through the Zoom app, and you will be called upon and brought in. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comment, and so we will be tracking your time. So if you're interrupted with a 1 minute or 30-second warning, do not think that we're trying to be rude to you. We're trying to let you know so everybody has a chance to speak. If you're calling in, please dial *9, and that will allow you to make public comment. You can also submit written public comments by sending an email to publiccomment@sonomacity.org. Sorry, publiccomment@sonomacity.org. Those items will be read as long as they're submitted before the end of public comment on whatever item they are. And there will also be a 3-minute time limit on the reading of those. Finally, if we're Zoom bombed or somebody tries to take over our meeting, we will be shutting the meeting down and trying to restart. No action will be taking place during that time. And then also If we aren't able to restart, then we'll be scheduling at a different time. And then just to be aware that everybody in this meeting is participating from their homes. So we are allowing folks to turn off the camera. Members of council will definitely let us know if they're going to be exiting the room, if they're turning off their camera, but they are allowed to participate with their camera off. So great. We'll go ahead and move for a approval of the agenda.
So move.
Somebody has to second it.
Second.
Thank you. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Dean.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrington.
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye.
And Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The
Great.
motion passes unanimously.
Great. And now we'll move on to public comments. This is general public comment. At this time, members of the public may comment on any item appearing on the agenda. It is recommended that you keep your comments under 3 minutes or less under state law, unless otherwise permitted under the Ralph M. Brown Act. The merits of the matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the city council at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up for council consideration. So anybody wishing to make public comment, if you could please raise your hand. And we have 2. And again, we're taking comments for items not upon the agenda. So we have Gil. Gil, go ahead. You're on with the Sonoma City Council.
Okay. Actually, it's Ken Brown. I'm
Oh,
graciously here at Gil's house because he has a very advanced system. I would like to start by congratulating Amy and Jack. I didn't get an opportunity last time, but I'm glad you're on the council. Congratulations to Madeline and to Logan as well. Oh, where does one begin? I am definitely looking forward to the meeting in January when there will be a discussion about a second dispensary in Sonoma. The citizens deserve it. And I have worked along with my wife, Jewel, to make sure it happens. So I'm looking forward to January. It gives me something to do. And I just want to thank you all again for being here.
thank you, Ken, posing as Gil. Appreciate it. We'll go on to the next person. We've got Josette Brose-Ei, sorry. Josette Brose-Ei. And Josette, if you unmute yourself, there you are.
I think I did. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Okay, it's Josette Brose-Ei, 1110 Loma Court. I would like to tell a short story that relates to agendizing, amending the existing cannabis ordinance to permit one more dispensary for a total of 2. On Friday, I ordered the tinctures online I need for pain relief from Mercy Wellness in Cathy. I drove over only to find the dispensary was closed. They had closed sometime after I put my order in and the time I arrived. I imagine they did not text me as they had tons of other orders and it was just too much. The reason for the closure was COVID related. I think an employee had tested positive or come in contact with someone who tested positive. So I made an hour and 45-minute round trip for nothing. I came home and did not want to have a repeat, so I called one of the delivery services I have used before. I got a similar product delivered the next day, but paid about a third more for it than I would have if I picked it up at a dispensary. Plus, they have minimums for delivery, so I bought a bit more than I needed to meet the minimum. There is a fallacy that delivery will take care of everything, and therefore there will be no need for more than one dispensary in Sonoma or the Sonoma Valley. I think my recent experience points out why having more than one would serve us best. Choice, competition, better pricing, and patients having a backup in case a dispensary had to close would serve our community best. Plus, we know we have 2 viable locations. I have the advantage of being able to drive all over the place and paying extra for delivery when I have to, but many others do not. So please put this on the agenda as soon as possible, and thank you. And also welcome Jack to the council. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Josette. Appreciate it. Anybody else rising? We do have one more. Mr. Allebach.
Good evening. I have a comment about second dispensary. When and if you do have a second dispensary, people should have a Schaefer beer because Schaefer is the one beer to have when you're having more than one. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Appreciate that. Anybody else rising for public comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. I'm seeing people reach into the chat room, but if you're reaching in the chat, that's not where we're taking public comment. So please just raise your hand, and if you've got a question or something, and we'll bring you in, or shoot us an email. All right.
I have a question about today's agenda. Are we going to be talking about the student resource officers today, or is that something not on the agenda?
Yeah, that's an item on the agenda. The agenda is publicly posted at sonomacity.org, and it is one of the items on the agenda tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else rising for public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we'll bring it back to council. Do we have any meeting dedications tonight?
None for me.
All right. All right, great. So we'll move on to item 3.1, presentation and recognition of City Manager Cathy Capriola on her retirement. We've got a number of pieces to this. I'll turn it over to Rebecca Barr, I think, or David. We're going to start running this.
I think it's actually going to be David.
All right.
And now I'm worried.
Should be.
Let me get my boxing gloves. Hang on. No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cathy, we really appreciate your service for the city of Sonoma. There are a few things we want to talk to you about tonight. I think first order, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to introduce Logan from Senator Dodd's office.
Absolutely.
Can we promote him?
Absolutely. We could promote Logan Pitts from Senator Dodd's office.
Okay, he was promoted.
Hello, folks. Thanks for having me on remotely. I was just in your beautiful city and dropped off a certificate of recognition from Senator Dodd for Cathy. I'm sorry I can't be there to present it in person. Rather than reading that, I want to tell a short little story about the first time I worked with Cathy was in the 2017 fires when we were scrambling to set up a town hall to inform the residents about what was going on with the unfolding disaster. There's Mayor Harvey holding that beautiful certificate up.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So Cathy helped us set that up with about 24 hours notice while in the midst of trying to save her city. After the town hall was over at about 10 o'clock at night, she invited me to eat dinner at the Emergency Operations Center. There was some great food donated by local restaurants, and I was leaving around 10 or 11, and I was heading home to Santa Rosa to go to bed. And I asked Cathy when she was leaving, and she sighed and said, "I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight." And as I drove home, I was just in awe of the dedication of that level of public service. And what I realized was Cathy was already home. She was in her hometown of Sonoma, and she was doing everything she could as a city manager by staying there to keep her home safe. And I've worked with a lot of city managers. Many are smart and many are hardworking, just like Cathy, but very few do the job with heart. And that's what Cathy brings, and it's a truly rare quality. So thank you, Cathy, from me and from Senator Dodd for your service to the city of Sonoma.
Thank you, Logan.
Thank you.
And please thank the senator for me. It means a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. Again, if we can promote Supervisor Gorin, please.
Supervisor Gorin, I just sent the link over to her, the Zoom link over to her and Karina Garcia, so she may be coming on in just a moment.
I was just going to say they're in the process.
Okay, let's move down to our proclamation from the city. Would that be appropriate, Mr. Mayor?
That sounds about right. So we have a proclamation here honoring City Manager Cathy Capriola on her retirement, December 30th, 2020. So I'll go ahead and read that for you now. Whereas Cathy Capriola has served as City Manager of the City of Sonoma since January 2017 and will retire from public service on December 30th, 2020 after a distinguished 30-year career. And whereas Cathy Capriola has been an invaluable employee not only to the City of Sonoma, but several other public agencies, including Vacaville, Citrus Heights, Davis, and Novato. And whereas during her tenure with the City of Sonoma, Cathy Capriola's leadership has helped in the following ways: establishment of the city's housing trust fund and in lieu fees for affordable housing projects, continuation of the much needed sales tax, creation of a legible, understandable, and balanced budget, raising the minimum wage and improving the lives of low wage workers, declaration of a climate emergency and concrete actions to address said emergency, responding to one emergency after another: fires, power outages, pandemics, plagues, pestilences, and general city hall mayhem, and providing Sonoma's citizenry legal access to commercial cannabis. And whereas Cathy Capriola has served the city not only as the city manager, but as its emergency response captain and Sarzina, homeless resource coordinator, honorary fire chief, PG&E liaison, director of public health, CEQA attorney, and personal therapist for members of the community staff and city council members who just couldn't take it anymore. Now, therefore, be it resolved. David and I worked on this together. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city council hereby expresses its gratitude to Cathy Capriola for her service as city manager, for her sound business advice and valued counsel, for all that she has contributed to the city council, staff, and community. And be it further resolved that the City Council wishes Cathy Capriola continued success in all her endeavors and expresses our hope for her continued good health, happiness, and prosperity. And be it further resolved that Cathy Capriola is now able to enjoy her new beautiful rear yard patio, aka the Newcomb Street Parklet, while talking simultaneously on her 2 Verizon cell phones with expanded service, eating cheese from the cheese factory if it's open, or enjoying an infused brownie edibles from a location TBD, while also drinking some of Sonoma's best wines from one of the city's 25 authorized wine tasting rooms. And be further resolved that Cathy Capriola is now free to relax and not respond to any emergencies or pandemics for at least 30 days. Now be it proclaimed that the City Council wishes Cathy the best in her retirement and thanks her for her dedicated service to the City of Sonoma. Thank you so much, Cathy. And
Thank you.
We got other things, so.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. That was fun.
You have Susan with us?
Yes, Susan is available.
I think I'm here. Am I
Oh, here she
unmuted?
is.
There I
Yeah.
am.
Oh, there you are. We can see you and hear you.
My gold resolution is not nearly as fun. You guys have way too much fun. We're far too serious. But we did include the note that we're calling you Czarina. Like the other folks, Logan stories and Logan, the 2 Logans, Logan Harvey and Logan Pitt stories. You and I go way back, and our links always are with emergencies, whether it's homeless emergency, whether it's power shutdowns, whether it's fires, and most recently COVID. I can't think of a more perfect partner for the county to have than you as city manager. It's been such an honor to work with you over the years. As you and I have both said, straight shooters, speak the truth, no holds barred, tell us what you really think. And that's absolutely essential for a county to city conversation. And it's been such fun to get to know you and Logan, certainly over weekly Zoom links when we can make it, not always, but to really talk about the topical issues. And I don't think there are any other cities and any other districts that have weekly COVID task force phone calls. And I speak to my colleagues frequently about the value of your community leaders on food distribution and COVID and Latinx issues. It's rare that we have a city, a small city, with the capacity to extend outside of the boundaries of the city and embrace the challenges in the unincorporated area. So I thank you. I've said to you before, I shall miss you. And Dave, I'll just have to get to know you as well. But thank you for your years of service in the other cities, as well as the city of Sonoma. And I'm so excited for you. Life after politics, what does that look like?
Thank you.
So thank you, congratulations, and a huge thank you from everybody at the county for all that you have brought to the job. And I look forward to your next passage.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Corin. Appreciate your ability to join us tonight along with Logan from Senator Dodd's office. Feel free to stay with us. We just have a few more minutes of prepared items to talk about. Cathy, we have prepared a video tribute to you, but we don't have the ability to show it tonight. There were some technical glitches. One of us went too long. I know that much for sure. And I know Rebecca's doing the final edits, so we'll get that to you. Is that about right, Rebecca, that it'll be forthcoming?
It's where we're working on it. It's actually one of the glitches is that we had so many people respond that it's almost an hour long. So the process is taking a little bit longer than we had hoped for. But that is coming and you will have that soon.
Thank you. That's
a tribute to your tribute. Having so many people talk about it. And last but not least, we do have a picture of a plaque, Rebecca. Is that correct?
That's correct. Unfortunately, I sent it to you. I hope you can pull it up, David, because I could not connect from my laptop, so I'm connecting from my iPad, and I don't have the ability to share that. Just a little story behind the plaque. It's the latest victim of COVID. It was all prepared and ready to be shipped, and I got a note today. I called the gentleman, and he said, the individual who was packaging it somehow didn't realize they had to package it a certain way and it shattered. So he quickly sent out a new one and it will be here soon, but we have a picture of it for you.
That's all good. That's all good.
Yeah, Wendy or Mayor Logan, I'm not sure. I think I sent that to you this afternoon. Wendy, is there a way that you can kind of show that?
If somebody can share their screen.
If you email it to me, David, I could share it.
See if I can do that. I'll turn the time over to Mayor Harvey. Mayor Harvey, I'll take a look for it, okay? If you want to kind of finish out the item.
Yeah, so just, you'll see a picture of it in a moment, but Cathy, I mean, we've worked together quite a bit this year on a lot of different subjects, ranging from homelessness at the beginning to we had protests, we've had fires, we've had a pandemic that's lasted for a long time, just a little bit of stuff, and we're meeting, almost every day, and it's been difficult, but it's been really strong. And before I came onto council, I had met with you a number of times. You've always been so generous with your time, so dedicated to the community, and just a really wonderful mentor, friend, leader, and the rest of it. And one of the things that you keep reiterating to me is to stay in the game, to stay in the arena, to stay focused. And so on this plaque, we have a quote that you've quoted to me a number of times, which is the man in the arena. And it's a quote from Roosevelt.
So,
And I think it really represents you quite a bit, and your strength and your courage under pressure and your desire to do more and to take risks and to really make a change in the world. So I want to read this for everybody to hear, because I think it really represents you, and that's why it's on the plaque.
Mayor Harvey, as you do that, Sue's sharing it for us.
Here is the plaque. Yeah.
that's beautiful.
Yeah, so it says, "It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, nor the doer of deeds who could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who actually lives in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deed, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotion, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end of the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." And Cathy, you are certainly not a cold nor a timid soul. You're a fighter, you're a leader, and we will miss you. And thank you so much for your service and for your friendship and for everything you've done for this community.
Thank you very, very much. Can I say a few words, Mayor Harvey, or I need to take a quick sip here. And that's water, not bubbles yet. So first, I really want to thank staff and Ringleader, Store, and Harvey, it sounds like, and the rest of staff. I know it takes a team, as in everything we do, to put these things together. I want to thank Logan Pitts and Senator Dodd, who's always been a great partner to the city through trials and tribulations, and also Supervisor Gorin, who we've worked really closely together, and appreciate your work on behalf of the city and the Valley. It's truly an honor to receive this and close out my career here in my hometown. We made a decision, my family moved here 11 years ago. I'm just going to try hard not to get teary, because we wanted to raise our family in a small town and be near family. And it really feel very fortunate to have spent the last 4 years here as city manager after a 30-year career. And honestly, I'm really proud. We are a small but mighty. Where's Madeline? Lean but mean. Small but mighty is some of her language regularly, and we are. But what we do as a town, and as a valley, and as a city, I think is amazing. And from council setting that leadership direction to city staff doing their work, commission members, our great business leaders, and public volunteers, the nonprofits. That's what makes this town and valley so special. I'm super proud of what we've done as kind of accomplishing council's initiatives, and from minimum wage to tasting room regulations, updating our whole commission appointment process, housing town halls, trust fund, housing impact fees, collecting impact fees, commercial cannabis ordinance, RFP, and the new cannabis business tax, a water rate study, and really working with Caltrans on Broadway. There's been a lot of big projects that the city has moved forward in a very short time, all at the same time, while we've dealt with kind of emergency after emergency after emergency that has derailed us and taken time and commitment. And yet I think the organization and community have continued to respond. When I thought back to the last 4 years, there's kind of 5 areas that I'm proud of the work that gets done regularly, but there's 5 things that I think hopefully have positioned the city to continue to move forward. One is public engagement and transparency. The website, the fact that we have the civic portal that we're doing these kind of meetings on, our social media presence. I want to thank Rebecca Barr, Lori Decker, and Sarah Tracy for their creativity and leadership. We are miles in a different place from where we were 4 years ago with public engagement and public information and transparency. And we can't do the public's business without being able to talk to them, engage with them, hear from them. So it doesn't get, in my mind, any more important than that piece. The second is financial management, which is also a cornerstone to what we do as cities. People need to trust that we're spending the city's money wisely, strategically, and smartly. And I want to thank Sue Casey and Jenna Burrows for their hard work and really bringing our financial system up to best practices. There's been a huge amount of work that's been done there. We have a new team. And again, I think the city is really in a very different place than we were 4 years ago and positioned to do great things moving forward. I also want to thank the community for over 70% passing and continuing the half-cent sales tax. I think that also was a statement to the city council and the city leadership. Obviously, I can't talk without talking about emergency management. Where we were as a city when the 2017 fires hit, it was kind of a new evolving team. I think the city's emergency operations center and maybe had been used once in 20 years. I think we've used it 15 times in 4 years now. So we have used that EOC repeatedly. The team is well trained. We've done shelters, we've done training, we've done outreach. We've dealt with fires and smoke and heat events and COVID, and just the depth and the breadth of what the city staff has done with the council's leadership of partnering on all kinds of different ad hocs and working with city staff on these different emergencies has been really formidable. And the city was recognized that by receiving an award 2 years ago to that effect. But again, it takes real work. And I would be remiss if I really didn't do a personal thank you to Wayne Wyrick, who has been our plan section chief and really is an internal champion and my kind of number 2 in the world of emergency planning and has done a huge amount of work. There's also been some fun things, and 2 fun things I want to talk about is kind of some of the work we've done on arts. I think the working with Sonoma Valley Museum of Art and having temporary art in the plaza, art we've done coming out of celebrating community coming out of the fire through the COVID experience as well. So we've used art to come together, and I think it's one of our natural kind of uniquenesses that we can continue to use as a community. And the last is the world of recreation and community services, and the fact that we now have long-term relationships with our tier 1 nonprofits. We've done some summer recreation efforts and tried some new things, and the council's going to talk more about recreation and parks. And I think that's another place that we can continue to really embrace and enhance, and we're positioned for the future. So I want to thank you for tonight. This was a nice surprise, and it was a surprise when I saw it on the agenda. I want to thank the city council for your leadership and commitment. I often tell people it takes a lot of work to be an elected official. It is not easy. Sometimes it's not fun. And I really do want to thank you for the time and dedication that you each put into this and how you serve our town. I also want to thank the 4 of you who have been mayor. And Jack, you'll have this opportunity in your future, but when you're mayor, it takes a huge amount of time. And I really want to thank you each for the sacrifice you made to your own families and frankly, careers probably at that point as well. I am really honored to have worked with a management team that is, I think, some of the most talented, kind, and hardworking professionals that I've had the opportunity to work with. So just above and beyond constantly, they care deeply, they work so hard. And again, there's only out of our 42 full-time employees, 10 of them are managers. And those are the folks that do the new things and the creative things in supporting all of our staff that is making sure that all the operations keep going. And again, the daily operations that our staff does of keeping the water flowing, to maintaining streets and parks and cemeteries, to planning permits and building inspections, providing police and fire safety, paying the bills and managing our finances, making sure our staff gets hired and trained and taken care of, and then providing that daily direct customer service and supporting the work of council. So the world of local government, you would never put all these businesses together in one, but you do in local government, and everyone works together. Just the last thing I want to say, take a few minutes and just say thank you to my family, to my husband, Mark, and my 3 children, and Olga Terry, and also my siblings and mother. So I appreciate their support, and thank you very much for this time. And it's been my honor to be your manager and to help build community in our special town and valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy. And I think there's a number of, yeah. I'd like to open it up for members of staff or council that would like to make comments as well. We're not done praising you, Cathy.
Oh, God, please.
I can make a comment if I may.
Councilmember Hundley.
First I wanted to mention our visit by Mr. Pitts from Senator Dodd's office reminded me that, anytime I talk to anyone that is involved in local government in Sonoma County or in government, whether it's other city council members from other cities or other city staff or city managers, everybody knows who Cathy Capriola is. Everybody knows that she does an amazing job and that we have had, I consider you a unicorn. I remember back when Carol had announced her retirement and we were all just like, what are we going to do? And suddenly what landed in our laps was the best person who happened to live here, which was just unheard of. And so for 4 amazing years, we've gotten to benefit from your knowledge and expertise. And I remember back in 2017, because I was mayor at the time, that, Sonoma was doing well, but, I think that it was operating in a way that had sort of served well more in the past, but the world was getting complicated. And I have to mention our finance department, which was doing a good job, but it just, things got really complicated and there was just so much work to do to kind of bring us up to a level where we could operate in a sophisticated way that was the way that the world works now. And it took years to get through that. And instead of being able to do a lot of super fun stuff those first couple of years, it was just more of looking inward and just realizing how we could make ourselves stronger in the way that we operated. So when I look at the last 4 years and how Sonoma compares to where it was 4 years ago, it's no doubt in my mind that it's just such a stronger city. And I think that you've built so much infrastructure for the next wave. So we get another city manager and sort of new city councils and sort of everything. The cycle continues and we move upward and onward. And we are all tiny pieces of a machine that we try to put in the best condition to produce better results. And you have done so much work. And I just know from my perspective, especially that first year, a lot of it was inward focus and it wasn't things that people from the outside could see, but I could certainly see the many hours that went into that. And then I'll just be remiss if I don't mention the fires. That was sort of a baptism for many people, but it was such a scary time, but the team pulled together so quickly and just for as long as it needed. You got the right people in the room. You even called on old fire chiefs to come help us out. And, what originally was the most stunning, scariest thing the city has faced in a very long time, we got through it. And we were lucky to have you. And I appreciate the work that we've gotten to do together.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harrington.
Well, I think that the last 4 years, the thing I know that is true about Cathy and me, for better or worse, is that we love to get things done. It's somewhat of a curse. But together, no people have ever gotten more things done. Cathy loves an idea. She likes executing an idea. She likes making things come to fruition. And that is just such a delight. And I think you can see all of the amazing things that have gotten done because of just that, it's just like a inherent trait. And that is so fun. I don't know what other words. It's fun, it's effective, it's many things. But in an era of non-stop emergencies, the most ridiculous amount of emergencies that could possibly be imagined. You're like, oh, well, okay, fine. We're used to having fire season every year. And it's like, oh, you are? Now here's a pandemic. So it's like, it has been more than a person could possibly imagine. And you have handled it with total grace and composure. And, I hope that I assume that you will be doing something else. You're like one of those doctors that retires and golfs for 2 days and then finds out they're bored. I think that's probably likely, but I hope that you are at least able to spend a nice holiday season with your family, and take some time off and really relax and let somebody else take on all of the responsibilities that you have shouldered, because they have been tremendous. And I don't think it probably will take you a long time to even reflect on how much responsibility that you did take on, because it has been tremendous and a real gift of your time and energy to the town. And we all appreciate it so much. And I think a lot of it is just, that is your operating system. That's, you never thought like, oh, should I do this or not? You're like, oh, something needs to be done. I'll do it. And so I think we all really appreciate that. And your retirement is certainly well earned, as long as it lasts.
Thank you, Amy. Yeah, definitely gonna take a little time off, but then I know myself well enough. I'm looking forward to doing some consulting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Agrimonti?
Sure, thank you. It was interesting. I was thinking about this, and I never in my life, political life, working for the US Senate or state senator or being on another city council, that I ever thought I'd be in the front of the plaza at 2 a.m. during the fires, welcoming people with horses, pigs, chickens. And that's what I did in that position. And it was just so, I don't know, a little ominous, I think, but that's the stuff that you get involved with. One of the things I think, and I said it in my video, one of the things I've always appreciated with Cathy, when I read, I'm a cursory reader, so I only see no and not possible. So I go, that's it, I'm done. And I'll call Cathy and say, what do they mean they're not going to be able to do? No, she'll say, no, let me look through this. Let's talk about this. And I go, oh, okay, that's not as bad as I thought. Because I am, you know what? I'm a fighter. I was told many times you don't always have to get bloody, but I don't care. I'm the one that likes to be in the front line. And so Cathy is actually, you maybe possibly made me read total paragraphs. So now I don't just see no and not possible. I actually think I see the solution could be. So I'm very appreciative. And I know that you've done so much for this city. I don't know how you were able to put order, make sense out of nonsense with all the things that have been going on for this small city that didn't deserve any of this. And so I really appreciate your guidance, and I appreciate what you've done for the people of Sonoma.
Thank you, Madeline.
Member Ting, do you have any comments? Or?
Yes, of course. Hi, Cathy. Yes, sorry, that you are leaving. Actually, I have been expecting working with you in a long time. And when I started run for this position, right now, finally, I got this position. And then very sorry, but anyway, what you tell me, what you did for me, that is very, very, difficult to forget. Yeah, thank you so much. When I talk with you and work with you, I didn't treat you as like the city, the leader. I just treat you like my neighbor. Oh, yeah, the Cathy. It's to feel very comfortable. And also, you're always encouraging people. For example, this time, a difficult orientation for city council member. You guided me in babysitting me, do this and do that. You give me a lot of the confidence and the trust. So that is the important. And being this job, to be honest, is very, very difficult because you as appointed professional and work with the 5 different council members. Council members are not professional. And they are different, represent a different career, different business, different opinion. Basically, they come from community perspective. But you are professional perspective. You need to translate those kind of and community language to professional language. That is very, very challenging. So that it's good because you have the knowledge, you graduated from the Ivy League, college and working experience, these kind of the assets is very, very valuable. So right now, after retired, I hope you continuously and help the city and to do the good thing. So that is my best wishes. And another thing, all the people already itemized everything for you during the homeless crisis, wildfire crisis, and PSPS. I will not, these kind of things we can itemize. But one thing cannot itemize. You're always caring the people. Want to be better, other people. You are raising people up. That is more important. That one, I think, should be just like our Sonoma's spirit, just like a torch from this generation to next generation. Best wishes for you, Cathy.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry we're not going to work together more time.
Are there members of staff that want to make comments? Or?
Yes, I did. I'm not going to make a long speech, but I just wanted to say thank you. It's been such an honor to have worked for and with you. And it's been a wild ride these last 3 years. I'm going to miss your boundless energy. And just let you know this is not goodbye, but hopefully down the road we'll be together again. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you.
Should we open it up for public comment or? Yeah, all right, let's do it. Anybody would like to make a public comment to praise Cathy? Please raise your hands. We'd love to bring you in. Go ahead, Fred.
Cathy, I'd like to thank you for your friendship, your grace, and your professionalism, and I'll really value the time that I work with you in the city. So thanks very much, and I look forward to seeing you around town. Have a nice little vacation.
Thank you, Fred.
Mark?
Hey, Cathy, it's Mark from the Chamber. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said, but I just want to thank you very much for your friendship and your leadership and your guidance. And I think the two main points that I still wanted to get across. Number one, your list of accomplishments would be incredibly impressive if we did not go through a ridiculous series of catastrophes every couple of months for the last 3 years. It's really incredible how you have dealt with these really crazy issues that the city has had to go through and still kept moving everything forward at the same time. That's a balancing act that just tremendously impressive. And I want to thank you for bringing everybody together. I know exactly what we would do in an emergency in Sonoma, and that's get our community partners group together. And that's because you've put together a framework that will last beyond your time in this role. And the last thing I want to say is just you make everybody around you so much better. And I think that's the sign of a true leader. I'm better for having worked with you, and I'm certain I'm not the only person in the community that feels that way. So thank you very much. I look forward to non-city business chats later on, but thank you for your partnership and your friendship and everything else you've done for the city of Sonoma.
Thank you, Mark. Back at you.
Seeing no one else rise? Yeah, seeing no one else rise, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Or did we have another public comment, Rebecca?
They brought in Amy Jenkins. I'm not sure if it was for this item or for something else because I can't see the controls.
I didn't see her with her hand up, but if Amy,
okay.
If you did have your hand up, go for it. Okay, great. We'll bring it back to council. All right, Cathy, I think your effect on this community has been very clear. You're well loved, you're well respected, your work is extremely appreciated. You've built systems and a team that's gonna drive the city into the future in a really positive and strong way. You've built connections at the state, county level, and we appreciate you so much for your time. And I know I appreciate the time that I've been able to spend with you. And I look forward to having a glass of wine with you in your backyard whenever it's safe to do so. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. And this community really appreciates it.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone for this tribute and honor. And I just thank you to everyone working together. And I really appreciate the city team and what we've been able to do. So thank you. And I will see you around town. I'll wave.
All right. Well, so Cathy's not leaving right now because we have a meeting to finish. but she at least knows how loved she is through this meeting. So we'll go on to consent calendar. Item 4. Items listed on the consent calendar considered to be routine will be acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request items to be removed for separate action. At this time, the council may change the order of the agenda. Any questions from council or desire to pull an item off of the consent calendar?
I am recused. I will recuse myself from item 4.7. And also I would like to pull item, the vacation rental one. I'm looking to see which one it is. Sorry.
4.6.
4.6.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I kind of wanted to pull that too. All right, great. So we're pulling item 4.6. We'll go ahead and bring it out for public comment. I see Mr. Allebach raising his hand.
So I would like to pull item 4.7, please.
Okay. Pulling item 4.7. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to council. Do you want to just start with the roll call vote for the items other than what's been listed? Okay, so I'll move to approve items 4.1, the consent calendar items, except for items 4.6 and 4.7. If we get a roll call vote, or we need a second.
Motion, second.
Cool. Roll call vote.
Logan?
Yes, Jack.
This time I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure when I want to recuse myself for the Spark data project.
So right now we're doing public consent calendar. So we're item 4.1 through 4.10. The Spark is going to come up as item 6.2. So that's when you recuse yourself. Right now we're not voting on it, so you don't have to recuse.
All right. Yeah, I will follow you. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll clue you back in. There's a lot of like weird stuff when you first on council that you'll eventually get used to. So yeah, so it'll be item 6.1 and it'll be Spark.
All right. Thanks.
So right now you're good to vote. We could have a roll call vote for the consent calendar minus items 4.6 and 4.7. Thank you.
Councilmember Ding,
Yes.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley,
Aye.
Vice Chair Agrimonti,
Aye.
and Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
I'll move on to item 4.6. I don't know who I'm turning that to.
Yes, so I will start, and then if we could get Bob Smith, who is here, to also pull forward. So councils, you know, you created vacation rental regulations and have basically there are somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 vacation rentals that have been grandfathered that are allowed to continue. Otherwise, vacation rentals are not allowed within the city of Sonoma. So we started providing this report to you I believe every 6 months. So Bob Smith is our city prosecutor and oversees also our code enforcement, this program. So this is the report that there's a summary database. It's an annual report, November through November. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith, and we're happy to take any questions from any council members. Bob, are you there? Sorry.
I am there. Yeah, you did such a good job. I'm in stunned disbelief of how you covered the entire topic for me. I am available to answer any questions. We continue with short-term rental enforcement, and it's slowed, obviously, during the pandemic, but we pick up one or two every once in a while. So I don't know what else to say, other than there's a lot of people who want to come to Sonoma.
Councilmember Harrington?
I have a question. What are the possible mechanisms? So we've collected 50% of the fines, is that right?
Somewhere around there. Mm-hmm.
What are the mechanisms that are available for collecting the fines?
You can take originally, the way the statutory structure was that this would have the same effects as a tax lien, that we could put it on the property. But there was a case that came down, I think 18 months ago or so, that said, no, you can't do that. It's not the equivalent of a civil judgment. I've been doing some research lately. There's a couple of cases in March, and I'm bird walking council person, but it said no, administrative hearing orders, once they are past the point of appeal, have all the equivalency of a civil judgment. So I'm working on right now how to turn some of the administrative hearing order confirmation and penalties into civil judgments so that we can lien the property.
And then would they accrue interest at 10%?
7.
Why is it 7?
That's just what the statute says at the legal rate of interest.
I think the legal rate of interest I thought was 10%.
Well,
anyway,
yeah. I defer to Jeff on this one. He's the one he's smarter than me, and he came up with the interest rate.
The legal rate is 10. Maybe the statute provides for a 7% interest rate. I'm not clear about that.
In any event, you don't have to say what the interest rate is. It just accrues at the legal rate. But I think if we're, only collecting 50%, if we can record them as liens, that would be important.
Well, some of the collections that we have are on payment programs. So we're still collecting on some of the awards. We've allowed the respondent to a responsible party to pay incrementally.
Yeah, I think that's fine too. I'm just saying that to the extent that we're going through the trouble of paying to have enforcement, if we come to the end of the process and there isn't a payment plan and there's just a refusal to pay, I think we should be recording liens.
Yeah, so Councilman Harrington, this is a project that I asked City Prosecutor Smith to work with Jeff Walter's office, John Abachi. So they've been under conversations the past 3 months because for a while our collection was working well, but then the gap has started to expand. And so we needed to kind of say, okay, what is our next step? So they are working on that. And if we need to bring something back officially to the council to do any more, we'll do that in early 21.
Great.
Councilor Harrington, actually, it's not just vacation rentals. We have some large awards for substandard housing and things like that. We're also looking for a way to collect on those. Those people are not quite as willing to come forward with payments without a little nudge.
Yeah. Well, I know other counties, like the county of Alameda does that when they assess fines, that they can record them as a lien against the real property. So I've seen that done in other places. So
that's the goal. If we have to go, like I said, there's case law in March that says they have the equivalency. It's just a matter of making sure that the court's office will accept that lien for a judge.
Thanks. That's all my questions.
Any other questions for Bob? No? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Seeing no one rise for public comment, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I'd just say, good job on this. It looks great. We're seeing results from it. We're seeing fines go out, and we're trying to keep the vacation rental market legal and within the bounds where we're not affecting the housing market. So I appreciate the work here. And glad to see that fines are being issued and being paid back. And so, as far as the rest of it and property liens and stuff like that, I think that's great. And, lean on them until they let us do it. If we could get a roll call vote or a motion. You got a motion?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley,
Aye.
Vice Chair Agrimonti,
Aye.
and Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Great. On to item 4.7.
So I'm gonna turn my camera off, and I am recused on this item because my law office is next door to this project.
Bye, Amy.
And Logan,
Yes.
as to 4.7, because I'm the new, I know about this sort of project on the gateway, but but I'm not having a lot of the information about the background.
You can abstain from
A lot
voting.
of thing to do, and I'm wondering, or if you can treat me as an absentee or something like that.
You can abstain from voting if you'd like to. So you just say abstain when we go through the voting process. Or you can vote, frankly. You're a member, as far as I know, you're a member of the board. And so you're completely allowed to vote on an item, even if you weren't there when it's starting.
Okay.
But
Okay. In this way.
you can abstain
All right.
if you feel more comfortable with that.
I want to work on this way. Yeah.
I assume we're turning over to city attorney. To kind of go through that.
Maybe Mr. Allebach can articulate why he wanted to pull this.
Okay, Fred.
I was gonna like somebody who pronounces my last name correctly. Thank you, Jeff.
Sorry.
I have two questions. Just curious for what was the CEQA complaint about this project, and two, if the council approves the settlement, then basically the city is going to pay $140,000 to wipe the slate clean to be able to start over on the project. If that's correct. That's all I have now.
The general claims that were made under CEQA were that the approval did not comply with it did not properly analyze the environmental documents, did not properly analyze the impacts on historical impacts as well as visual and the other policies that have been adopted by the council and the general plan regarding the Broadway corridor. The CEQA document that was used was a mitigated negative declaration. The contentions were in the lawsuit that an EIR was required. The settlement agreement does, if it's fully consummated, result in the city paying to the opposing attorney $85,000. This was proposed largely due to the fact that the original developer has lost its option rights to the property and no longer has the right to process or prosecute or realize the approvals that were granted to the original developer by the council in 2018. In addition, the owner of the property has expressly told the development team not to pursue the development any further and not to take any actions to assist in defending the lawsuit. So there is no desire on the part of the owner or the developer to prosecute or pursue the approvals that were granted in 2018. And analyzing the risks of not preventing the lawsuit, the cost of those risks, the potential for the judge to award additional fees to the petitioner's attorney, it was determined that it is best to basically stop the bleeding and to engage in settlement discussions with the petitioners. The settlement document tonight does not resolve the lawsuit. There are additional steps that need to be taken, one of which is to agendize the reconsideration of the 2018 approvals and to rescind and or deny those. Once that occurs and payment is made to the petitioner's attorney, the lawsuit will be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are any questions from council? No? Okay, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Or do we have to go back? Do we go back to Fred? I've never done one where a member of the public calls in, so I need some direction here. I'm learning too.
I I think you can open it to public for comments by persons other than Mr. Allebach.
All right, we'll open it up for public comment. I see John Kelly raising his hand.
John, you may speak.
Great. Hello. I just wanted to commend the city attorney for what sounds like a very intelligent way of handling a problem like this. It's very difficult when the city sort of gets left holding the bag in the event of something like this occurring. So it looks wise, and I think that the city is making a good decision here. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no one else rise, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Do you have a motion?
This is Madeline, move to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley,
Aye.
Vice Chair Agrimonti,
Aye.
and Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 401.
All right, great. And so we are on to item 5.1. Discuss, consider, and take possible action on the introduction of the first reading of ordinance amending the Sonoma Municipal Code by a whole bunch of other words. Changed it over to David Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, we're here tonight to commence the update of our comprehensive development code / zoning code. And our staff person on this, working through the Planning Commission and your council now and into the next year, will be Christina Tierney. I'll turn the time over to her for a presentation.
Thank you, David. Excuse me. All right, I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. All right, can everyone see my PowerPoint? See David nodding. Anybody else?
We're good.
Yes. Okay, great. All right, well, first of all, Cathy, thank you so much. I didn't want to interrupt, but you have been a wonderful mentor to me, especially being a mom of two kids in a leadership role, and just really grateful for all the opportunities that you have given me over the last couple of years.
Very welcome.
I'm gonna miss you, but
Thank
I know
you.
I'll see you downtown a lot, probably, once this is all done anyway.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure how much everyone is aware, so I'm going to do a little bit of an update as to what the process has been to date. The City Council and Planning Commission have discussed the need for updates to the development code for greater clarity, consistency, ease of use, and understanding. We had a joint session on the zoning code, urban growth boundary, and general plan almost a year ago at this point. And since that time, we have been moving forward on a number of fronts. The current code was last adopted and comprehensively updated in 2005. So it's been quite a while, and there have been a number of legislative changes since that time. The City Council created an ad hoc committee to assist staff in that effort. The ad hoc committee consists of Mayor Harvey and Councilmember Agrimonti, and also invited to help with the process was members of the Planning Commission, including Chair Felder, Vice Chair Ron Willander, and Commissioner Kelso Barnett. And thank you to all of you for your hard work. It was a little bit of a fire drill getting these items to City Council for our first reading before the end of the year, but we did it, so thank you very much. The ad hoc committee has been meeting regularly since October and has been giving guidance to staff on priorities and draft changes that are before the City Council tonight, as well as some other ongoing agenda items that went before the Planning Commission in December and are moving forward to Planning Commission in January as well. So we initiated this process by identifying a fix-it list with short, medium, and long-term goals. The items that are before the City Council for consideration tonight are the first round of the short-term fixes, and our goal was to have them to have review initiated in 2020. midterm goal items we're hoping to have a review done by the end of 2021, and some of the longer term items may take a year or more to complete. There were 4 issues that were identified for discussion at the November Planning Commission hearing, which have been recommended to move forward for consideration by the City Council tonight. The 4 items for discussion are including an indemnification clause in Chapter 1903, land use permit requirements, updating several sections in order to accommodate a regular ordinance for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. There are several sections in the code that need to be amended to make this happen. So we have Chapter 1910, 1950-090, and then also the definition section, which is 1992. We also have amendments to Chapter 1956, permit implementation, time limits and extensions, and 1988, notice of hearing.
Yikes.
So I've tried to highlight what the primary changes are. For the indemnification section, this is a whole new section to 1903 that was recommended by our city attorney. And it requires all discretionary development entitlement applications include provisions requiring the applicant to agree as part of the application to defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the city and its agents, officers, attorneys, and employees from any action brought against the city. This topic was reviewed by the Planning Commission, and the commissioners requested some additional specificity as to when 1906-060 would apply, such as criteria for project size or value. Staff has coordinated with the city attorney, and additional language was recommended and is included in your packet tonight and in the draft ordinance. And below is the sentences that were recommended by our city attorney, which provided that additional clarification. It states, in determining the amount of said deposit, the planning director shall take into consideration the following factors, among others that she determines are relevant: the size, nature, and location of the project, the likely controversy the project will engender, the legal issues implicated by the project, whether any person or groups are actively opposed to the project, and whether approving the project will likely result in a proceeding. And other than that sentence, there were no other issues with this recommended language. Moving on to section 1956. Permit implementations, time limits, and extensions. The first recommended change is in 1956-020, the effective date of permits. And the intent of this clarification is that the approval is effective on a business day when city operations, city hall is open and business is being conducted. We had a couple cases last year where appeals fell during holidays and when City Hall was closed. And the intent of this modification is to clarify that intent. The recommendation from the ad hoc, moving on to 1956-040, was to increase the initial time that an applicant has to vest their permit from 1 year to 2 years. And then similarly to limit the amount of time available for extensions. So the total amount of time is the same. So we're talking about essentially a 3-year period, but we're granting 2 years upfront. And this is going to help staff with time management a little bit. We do deal with a lot of requests for extensions, and those need to go to the Planning Commission again, which requires our time to write staff reports and bring those items forward. So giving a little bit more time, it's a little bit more realistic for how long it takes for a project to get to the building permit process, and then clarifying that there will be one year extension where there's a little bit of ambiguity in the language now. Moving on to 1988 public hearing notice. The primary change is changing the time required for the notice from 20 days before the hearing to 10. The 10 days is in compliance with state law. and it's going to give staff a little bit more flexibility to move quickly on permits once they're ready. With the 20-day lead time, it creates some administrative issues, and clarifying a little bit more about where the postings need to take place, and some additional clarifications that the ad hoc committee requested about having additional size posters on the project site. Now, moving on to accessory dwelling units. The City Council unanimously adopted an urgency ordinance on December 16, 2019, that amended the Sonoma Municipal Code to regulate accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. What's before the council now is a regular ordinance, and we've had this last year. The urgency ordinance was really necessary to react to the state laws that went into effect January 1st. And now this regular ordinance will be replacing the urgency ordinance. There are no changes from the urgency ordinance, but what the primary changes were compared to our previous ordinance were allowing additional units on single family and multifamilies and mixed use properties, allowing certain ADUs to exceed local standards in floor area, removing parking requirements for some ADUs, increasing ADU sizes, modifying owner occupancy requirements, and overall streamlining the approval process. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the accessory dwelling unit amendments have several sections that it touches. We have 1910, zones and allowable uses, 1950-090, and 1992 definitions. And that is the end of my presentation. Are there questions?
Mayor, if I can, David here, I just want to add to, well, first of all, thank Christina for her doggedness on this. She's been pressing me to get this thing started. And luckily we have her talents on board to finish this thing through. And I believe that we have a great staff team. Wendy's also working on the housing element update while Christina's doing this particular task. As she mentioned, it will last more than a year or so is my guess. In response to her first clarification on the indemnification language, that was in response to the ability of the planning director at the time of an application to request up to $100,000 as a deposit against potential litigation later on. And clearly when we do the environmental review, we have to make a call as to whether that's going to be a mitigating neg deck or an EIR. For categorical exemptions, it's not going to be 100,000. But clearly when there's a project that's a mitigating neg deck, depending on that complexity, it could inch up based on the amount of time we might anticipate if there is a future litigation challenge based on CEQA. Clearly, if we get a project that's going to require an EIR, then we'll probably edge more toward the $100,000 mark as a deposit to be made at the time of application. So that was why we added that additional language. The Planning Commission just directed staff to add some language without actually specifying the specific language it wanted to see. So they felt comfortable with forwarding this recommendation with the city attorney's assistance. On the 20-day thing, I just want to clarify on that. I can understand and appreciate the ability for the public to hear about a project 20 days ahead of time. One problem with that is that the staff reports only come out on a Friday before a hearing, whether it's a city council meeting on a Monday or planning commission on a Thursday. That's really not going to change. So the public gets to know about a project, but they don't really get to know anything about a project. The biggest issue is that the project, I can almost guarantee, is going to change from the date that we put it in the newspaper to when it actually gets to a Friday publication of a staff report and ultimately a hearing, let's say on the Thursday. Problem with that is if it changes, they need a variance or something else in the entitlement bundle, we have to re-advertise. And that's what we've been doing, is because of such long lead time up front, we've had to do a lot of continuances. And so this is an attempt to help recognize that state law is only 10 days for good reasons, but at the same time trying to orchestrate through and manipulate through that process to get the public an accurate description of a project. So that's why we were trying to tighten this particular area up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my comments.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
Just so I understand, Jeff, or maybe David, there's no requirements to have specificity about the amounts charged, and it can be in the discretion of the staff about the amount of deposit. I don't know. It just seems like for everything else, we have to have sort of guidelines or less discretionary decision making in terms of assessing things. But that's acceptable in this context to have discretionary deposit amounts based on the belief of the planning director of whether or not there'll be litigation?
Yeah, I think it would be important for the planning director to articulate those reasons in a writing, justifying the deposit being required. Mm-hmm. Second of all, the deposit's completely refundable if no litigation is filed. So if litigation is filed, the applicant under our ordinance and this indemnification clause is required to defend the city and to pay the regular billings of the city attorney's office and any other counsel that the city might choose to defend the lawsuit. So the obligation is already there. And all this does is obviously create a little bit of a security that those obligations will be met. So I don't see a major problem with this.
Because I was thinking if you didn't like a project, but you could just say, okay, well, it's approved, but you need to put down $250,000 as a deposit, which may make the person not want to do their project.
Well, this particular instance, the deposit that we're talking about is at the time of application. So there won't be a decision on the project. We'll already have their money to defend us, at least on deposit, should there be litigation. As Jeff said, if there is no litigation, then that deposit will be refunded.
I understand the system and the purpose. I don't have any questions about that. It seems interesting. I don't know about this type of fee, but it just seems interesting that you could have a fee that's completely discretionary based on the opinion of the planning director about whether or not there is likely to be litigation. So, like, if it's okay, but everything else seems like it requires a lot more upfront notice with regard to what the fee might be and how it's being assessed. So, okay.
Do we require any sort of deposit just for like staff costs at the beginning?
Yes, we have last year, I believe, in the last year and a half, we went to full cost recovery. There are some applications that we have where we have fixed costs, where we could pretty much guess a range where they could fall into. Some we make money, some we don't. But in the sense of larger projects, something that will go beyond a categorical exemption, for example, on the sequel, we do a $5,000 or a $10,000 deposit, which will then help us capture some of our costs. And in the case of projects where there is a refund, we provide that money back. We do have applicants now paying up front the full cost of environmental studies. Let's say it's a noise study or a traffic study. They're now making that full deposit for those services before we engage.
And for this indemnification deposit, are there alternatives? Like, can someone get a bond for it, or does it have to be cash money up front?
Well, it's structured right now, it's cash money. We could include language that would modify that to indicate that if a bond is more appropriate or more desirable by the applicant, that could be posted.
I'd be interested to hear what the other members of the council thinks, or it could be something we could see if that's something that's needed at some point.
I mean, this is about kind of what we just discussed in item 4.7, right? Which is that we have projects that come forward and they get appealed and then sued, and then they leave us holding the bag, and we end up spending significant amounts of taxpayer dollars to figure that out. And it's the same thing that happened in the cheese factory case to a certain extent, or where there was at least a risk there. And so it's trying to mitigate those effects when we approve large projects and we have a large project come forward. So obviously, I think everybody understands that. As far as dissuading people, I don't know. It may to dissuade them from applying to build a project here if they have a $250,000 fee associated. maybe there's a way we could tie it to the size of the project. Obviously, the fees returned if there isn't litigation, but it's just to ensure that the city is and the taxpayers aren't left holding the bag if a project gets sued. And this town, there's a lot of people that are paying a lot of attention. We're getting a lot of projects that are appealed or sued. I mean, so in some ways, that's the purpose of doing this.
Are we going to have public comment or?
Yeah, go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Just a second, I have a couple of questions.
Oh, good, Jack. Sorry.
As to the extension, no, it's fine. As to the extension, I read Christina's presentation. Right now, it seems like put in the front, there's a 2 years that extension, and then 2 years you can carry it out project. And then if you need one more year, and then you can apply for. Is that correct? Or total how many years?
So if I understand you correctly, so right now as it stands, we have it's 1 year to vest the permit, and then you can have extensions, and our code is a little ambiguous as to how many extensions you can have. The recommendation is that instead of a 1 year initial time frame to vest, you would have 2 years, and we would clarify that there would be only one extension for an additional year. So there would be a total of 3 years.
Okay, total is 2 years plus the 1 year.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Whereas right now it's 1 and then 1 and then 1 and then 1.
Yes, that is right. And also I'm thinking maybe we can put some the exemption, for example, because yeah, you can consider, because right now we have a lot of the disaster, and especially in the Sonoma County was claimed by federal government during the wildfire several months ago. So under the federal government, the Internal Revenue Service gave the taxpayer automatically extension. So that I'm wondering if we can put an exemption for our extension. If this project was approved and during this kind of disaster in the time of the period, and maybe we can give them automatically, give them another year or something like that.
If I remember correctly, the ad hoc did discuss that and brought that up as an issue. We wanted that to be included. That's a great point, Jack. So I don't know if that was, I believe it was.
Yes, we can consider. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much for bringing that up. This was definitely a topic that the ad hoc discussed, and we talked about earthquakes and the fires and with the pandemic. We didn't come up with any clear way to implement that as far as legal language to put it into the code. So I think at this point, I would recommend moving forward with the language as it is now, but I definitely think that it might warrant consideration in the future if we could figure out a way to put the language in the code, or perhaps our city attorney can comment if there's a way to do that at this point.
I thought what we discussed was if the city declares an emergency, then you get an additional year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can the council waive a provision of the code for specific applicants, Jeff, or no?
If there are no standards set forth in the code to do that, typically not.
Okay.
It requires an amendment to the code.
Yeah, I think just a quick thought on this. I mean, in the 4 years, the times we've opened the EOC, sometimes it's been for 3 days, sometimes it's been for 2 weeks. Clearly with the pandemic, it's been over 9 months and will probably be over a full year. So I think you'd have to really step back and say, okay, this emergency, we should extend anyone who was impacted for this by a month, and maybe that's not worth maybe kind of doing that much, but some of these, emergencies could be, a full year. I mean, obviously people are in very different situations with the pandemic and ability to move forward and get loan money. So, but you could do it based on the length of the actual EOC being activated, and the declaration, the emergency declaration being continuing would be one way to do it.
I would think we would just say, in the event of an emergency, the council has the right to waive whatever provisions they are In the event that emergency is declared, the council can waive X, Y, and Z provisions upon whatever.
And then you set it via Rizzo.
I'm just thinking, Jeff, could we do a tolling provision at some point in the code and just basically call out a tolling during the declaration, period of time of a declaration as provided by the city manager?
Yes, we could do that.
So I'm thinking what we do is we move forward tonight and have the council direct us to return with a tolling provision.
I would prefer not to have an automatic tolling to come back to a vote of the council, because if you have an emergency like a 2-year pandemic, I don't think we should extend the period for the 2 years of the emergency. I would rather have it come back to council.
Yes. Like the option should be there that if it's needed, then, because not just this, I mean, there might be other things we'd want to toll also, but I mean, might be useful to have anyway, just to be able to expand some timelines.
Could the tolling be, Jeff, where the director makes the determination on the tolling with an appeal process to the council should the tolling provision, the discretion not be exercised according to how an applicant would like it to be by the director?
Sure. If the council wants to do that.
Do you have the time frame for the reading? Because this is the first reading. What is the second reading? Is any scheduled or?
Yeah, our second reading would be on January 20th. And then this ordinance, if it was adopted tonight, first reading tonight, second reading in January 20th, it would take effect 30 days thereafter. We could certainly return with additional language, though. If there's a tolling provision, we could come back on the 20th and do a first reading on the 20th of January.
Yeah. If we want to make substantive changes to the document before you tonight, you want to have that happen in the next 40 to 50 days, then David's correct. You couldn't actually introduce the ordinance tonight. You would have to direct staff to come back with some changed language, which we would then do on the 20th of January, at which time the council then would introduce it.
So
the other approach, frankly, is to go ahead and introduce it tonight, adopt it on January 20. Meanwhile, you've given staff direction to fine tune some of these changes. There are other development code amendments that are still in the works, and there'll be another packet of changes that come to the council in the next 3 or 4 or 5 months. And your changes you're talking about tonight could be included in that packet.
that's what I would support doing. Let's pass it now, get this part done, and then we'll bring a new packet and it'll include this additional. Because we're going to be bringing forward a new packet fairly soon. I mean, this ad hoc's meeting weekly, almost, and I appreciate everybody's time, Christina and everybody else for doing it. So there's no reason to delay since we're gonna. I mean, you could. It's just logical arguments for why you would do that, but it makes more sense to me to pass this now, and then we'll bring these changes in the next packet. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
We haven't had public comment yet.
Yeah, no, I know. We'll go ahead and open up for public comment. Kelso Barnett.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Mayor Harvey, Vice Mayor Agrimonti, and council members, I appreciate your consideration tonight of these initial changes to our development code. Our subcommittee has been tasked to streamline and clarify our code, and I think we've met this goal with the first batch of modifications. Specifically, my comments with regard to the permit time limits. As Christina mentioned, we kept the 3-year total, but instead of requiring the applicant to apply for that extension each year, it just is more efficient, makes more sense to make the initial permit valid for 2 years. Every time a permit has come before the Planning Commission after that first year, it has been extended in a pro forma manner, and so it just makes more sense to do it this way. I think it's also important to note this is only for permits going forward and is not retroactive to already issued permits. When it comes to the noticing requirements, I think it's also important to note the world has changed a lot since the section of our code is written. And so while we've reduced the hearing notice to 10 days, I think the goal and intent of our ad hoc committee was to create better processes for on-site noticing as well as social media noticing. And so as discussed, there will probably be some more changes to some of these changes in the future in the next batches. And I think we still need to better delineate what will be required on those on-site posters. But through these new technologies, even though the time has been reduced, we should be able to better provide notice to the community. So I just want to say it's been great working with the mayor and the vice mayor and Bob Felder and Ron Wellender, and especially want to thank David Storr and Christina Tierney for getting this process going and all their excellent work. And obviously, most importantly, sincere thanks to Cathy Capriola for leading our city so well over, quite frankly, the most interesting and challenging 4 years Sonoma has faced, at least from what I can remember. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. We'll go ahead and bring in Josette.
Hey, actually, it's Dave using Josette's computer.
Oh, there you
Hi, Dave Eicher. So anyway, yeah, a couple things on this. I think for extending, based off of a state of emergency, we find maybe not automatic, but the applicant can request it to be extended for the number of days that the state of emergency was in effect, and that request be heard by the planning commission. And then if other people object, then it can be appealed to the city council. The other thing in terms of notices, I think the more noticing of projects, the better. And actually, a few weeks ago, I was in Berkeley walking through the streets, and I noticed they even had on the telephone pole a notice of an administrative approval that was coming. And so on a project that was in the area. So I think the more you can notify people immediately around any project, the better. For example, on administrative approval, there was, which would include a lot split. As you know, we've got a litigation going on that basically started with a lot split, but was done administratively. So in any case, more is better in terms of notifying. And the 16 days down to 9 business days, that actually goes from 2 days over 2 weeks to as little down to a day less than 2 weeks. So if you can make it business days, I would say bump it up to 10 or 11 business days to make it more equitable there. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Great. Tom Conlon.
Thank you. I too am generally in support of these amendments or these changes. I do have a comment though about the indemnification clause. Obviously, we understand why we would need such a thing, but we want to be sure that it doesn't become an impediment to the kind of development that we want to see happening. So specifically, I think I understand this, but I want to just ask this question to be sure my interpretation is correct, that this indemnification clause would only apply to discretionary development entitlement applications. So it would not affect accessory dwelling units or junior ADUs. And the reason I mention that is I'm working on a project in the county right now, an ADU, and there was an indemnification agreement required, but there was no deposit against liability. And my read of the law, the state law for ADUs, says that you can pass the local agency may charge a fee to reimburse it for costs incurred, but I don't see any way to do this kind of prospective deposit for an ADU. So if that's also Jeff's interpretation, then I don't have any concerns with this indemnification requirement. And the only other thing I would add on here is I noticed in tonight's item that there was no checkbox for this having any connection or any nexus to the Climate Action 2020 goals. And arguably, this matter could be connected to L4L, the affordable housing linked to transit, because ADUs are one of the main ways the city of Sonoma will be able to improve its affordable housing over the next RENA cycle. So I hope you'll take those comments, and thank you again for all the work that goes into this.
Thank you, Tom. Seeing no one else rise, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. Comments from council?
I'll go. I just wanted to thank the members of the subcommittee and the planning commissioners that worked on this. I know there's a lot of work, and that taking a close look at our development code is perhaps a little overdue, but I'm ready to support all of these changes tonight. I think with the indemnity provision and deposit, that Sonoma, it's only recently that we even implemented cost recovery, which just recognized that the city is not here to subsidize private development and sort of put it as a cost of development. It's that you have to cover just the complete costs. And part of that, in places where there's a lot more development, you see a lot more huge deposits. I mean, in my work, I see just deposits for staff costs is $100,000, $200,000. I've seen people behind in their bills for $1.5 million. So when you get into development, it gets very expensive. But a part of that is our piece. And so I think it's fair for us to share that burden. And it just so happens in these last couple of years, we got maybe left holding the bag in some circumstances in places that we shouldn't have been. And it's tax money that ends up going to pay for it. So I support the idea that if people are going to benefit from their private development, it's just a cost of doing business to cover the process cost that lands them to get their development. So I'll be supporting that. And also just thank you for all the hard work. And I know there's a lot more done on this subject, or a lot more to come on this subject.
Councilmember Harrington?
I'll support the changes tonight. I wanted to comment on the waiver of timelines. I definitely would like to see that come back to council. I don't think that's something that should be left to staff discretion. No offense, staff. So that's what I would support on that coming back later. And then with regard to cost recovery, I agree that people should be paying the expense of their own private developments. If that is if the standard method throughout the Bay Area is that the planning director in their discretion sets the amount for the litigation recovery, I suppose that's fine. It strikes me as so vague and discretionary that it can't possibly be legal, but I don't know. It's not my area of the law. It just sounds like it's pretty vague. So I guess we'll find out if anyone ever files a lawsuit on that topic.
Well, we'll have to have them do an indemnification deposit if they do that. We're safe from that. Go ahead. Do we have comments, Councilmember Agrimonti or Councilmember Ding?
No, I'm good. I'm so appreciative that other people are looking at this, because there are certain things that stand out that really makes the addition beneficial. So thanks.
Councilmember Ding?
Yes, thank you so much. I will support this amendment, especially during the difficult time. We never forgot this kind of a thing, because that originally was, they created 2005, and it's in the time for us. But we are using our resource, especially in ad hoc and the planning commissioner, all the staff work together, make this happen. That's wonderful. I will support.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. And I just want to thank staff, Christina, especially. You've been fantastic leading this ad hoc. It's a great crew. I appreciate all of your work and your leadership on this, and David Storr as well. You've been fantastic to work with as always, and so really appreciate that. Thanks to Councilmember Agrimonti for attending, and Councilmembers Planning Commissioners Barnett and Felder and Wellender, who've shown up to put in a lot of work. This has been a big team effort, and so I'm proud of the work that we're doing and will continue to do. And happy that we're streamlining and making things a little easier. The goal here is to try to make development in Sonoma easier, try to meet those affordable housing goals, and try to do it in a way that's efficient for staff, because we have a small team here to try to remove some of the blockages that cause them additional work. So if we can streamline things, I think things will be better both from a staff level and from a development level. So glad to be working with the team, honored to be on the subcommittee, and we'll keep bringing things to this council to make necessary changes. So thank you so much. Great. We need a motion.
So I'd like to make a motion, but I need some advice from David, because I think there are some issues that are in addition to what we've said. David Storer.
I'm sorry, Mel, I didn't get the question. Was it about the timelines?
No, I guess there were some additional comments. Do those fit in here, or do I just move to approve?
I think we got some good guidance from some comments from the public. We had 3 people speak. We certainly heard the indemnification does apply to discretionary projects, which would include ADUs, but using the thought process is I'm not expecting litigation over an ADU, so it'll be at the very low end of the $100,000, 0 to 100,000. It's more of the larger subdivisions, commercial projects. That would be when it would kind of get into that CEQA review. And as we know, under the ADU stuff, there's very little CEQA for ADUs.
So then I will move to approve.
Yeah, and yeah, great. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ding.
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington.
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye.
And Mayor Harvey.
I will say we've heard everybody's comments. We'll make sure as ad hoc that we bring things back. Just kids jumping over there. It's great.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask, was there a second? I can't remember.
There was a second, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Cathy, you're muted if you're trying to jump in.
Mayor Harvey, can you please register your vote?
Oh, I just wanted to just let everybody know that we've heard your comments. We'll make sure we get into the subcommittee and bring these items back as you guys have suggested. I think it's really good input for us, and I will vote yes on this.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Appreciate it.
And just I think one of the follow-up items to be clear, the council will work with the subcommittee on is the issue of extension based on kind of extenuating circumstances, emergencies, and that'll come back.
Thank you. Great. On to item 6.1, discussion, consideration, and direction to approve a resolution authorizing the city manager to initiate a multi-year recreation and park work plan. City manager Cathy Capriola.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. And I'd like Lisa Jansen, who is our special events manager and has been assisting me with this item, will also be helping to present. Thank you, Lisa. So I'm going to briefly just go through a brief PowerPoint to provide council and the community with an overview. As council knows, back in September of 2019, Alcaldesa Karen Collins presented a proposal about creating a citizens group to look at how we can do some benchmarking and how Sonoma compares to other Sonoma and Napa counties. And that was right before all the fall fires and PSPS, and then the pandemic began in early 2020. In October, on the October 19th meeting, Councilmember Harrington asked council to agendize a conversation about having the CSCC be involved in an oversight role for this recreation assessment. Council had preliminary conversation, and that's why we're back now for you to finish that conversation. Council wanted to agendize. You also had interest in the CSCC having a broader oversight role in parks and recreation, and potentially was also discussed to have the CSCC be involved in an advisory role in the Measure M Parks funding. Staff expressed an interest of wanting to kind of review maybe and streamline some of the CSCC's role in special events. And so the direction from council was to bring this back, have a little more robust conversation, with a broader plan of how to move forward. So Lisa Jansen and I met with Karen Collins, scoped out kind of where we are now, how to bite this project into some smaller phases and move it forward. We also met with our key recreation providers in the Sonoma Community Center, Boys and Girls Club, Vintage House, and the Ecology Center. And they're, so with that, so since October, what we've done is just reminding the council and community, we have a recreation community services partners. These are the folks that the city contributes financial funding in different ways to help these types of services come to our community, whether it's providing free space or paying a lease or providing actual contract for annual general fund dollars to go to support programs. I'm going to ask Lisa Jansen to kind of outline briefly how the phases of what we see that we can kind of do this. And as we talked about kind of what the original plan that was moved forward, we saw this really could be part of a larger effort. And so we wanted to bring kind of a broader strategic review to the council for your input and direction. So Lisa, I'll turn it to you to walk through this work plan.
Perfect, Cathy. Sorry about that. I was on mute again. So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I just quickly want to take a moment to chime in and thank Cathy. I couldn't do it earlier. I got very teary-eyed during the earlier segment. I'll be one of the many people that miss Cathy. But Cathy, you're an inspiration. You're one of the hardest working individuals here at the city, and you push us staff, but you do it in a fun and engaging way. You make working with you a pleasure. I'm going to miss you deeply. I look forward to our friendship outside of work, and I will follow you into any emergency trench, any day and time. I just lots of love and respect for you. So
thank you.
With that, I will quickly go over the slide. So phase one is focusing on creating recreational inventory analysis by creating this community recreational catalog. Many cities have these types of catalogs. It's typically they get printed, they get sent out twice a year, they arrive in your mail, and you flip through it, and it has just an assortment of all the different parks and recreational courses that one could take within that particular community. What we're looking to do is provide kind of a virtual catalog. This would be similar to, if I'm hoping people have seen, the beautiful Vintners and Growers Holiday Gift Guide, but similar to that like page flip where you flip it on the screen and up comes all of the amazing courses. In doing this, it'll actually give us, working with our recreational partners, this will give us an opportunity to assess kind of where the holes are in our programs, if there are any, and just get a sense of getting the marketing of our entire recreational program out to our community in a really clean and efficient way. The initial timeline to start this, the aggregation of the content would be January. It'll probably take us a few months to get this project launched. The live catalog, our launch date is early or late spring, early summer. Hopefully this will really coincide when families start to look for the summer recreational programs and getting their kids enrolled in their summer programs. The current thought currently is to launch possibly two catalogs a year with like a summer and winter guide. Lots of the park and recreational entities that we spoke to kind of look at it in quarters, and with Boys and Girls Club doing a lot of their initial push for their summer catalog over the springtime. The budget estimate for kind of the initial phase of this project, the phase one, is $20,000, and we're looking for City Council to approve this evening if they're interested. Quickly going to phase two of the project, it's looking at park improvements. This is kind of broken into two segments. One is focused on the kind of the current projects and then the future. Current projects that have been in process, and some of these projects have actually gone to CSCC for their guidance and input, but we have an enhanced enhancement plans for the plaza and Depot Park. It's the connectivity plan, looking to try to figure out how to kind of link these two beautiful parks together and creating a unique experience for individuals. We have the updated trash and recycling cans that have been discussed thoroughly. Lots of ideas around that. We have a concept and a design that has been approved. With a lot of the changes that have been made to the special events policy, it was deemed that we needed some more water bottle filling stations here on the plaza, and so we actually have one that needs to get installed. And then there's been a lot of discussion at the CSCC with bike parking, and then another project that's dear to my heart are these art pads that could be repurposed for park benches and picnic tables in our plaza. So those are all projects that need to be prioritized, and the funding needs to be identified and budgeted for in the future. The second part of the phase 2 park improvements consists of like an inventory of needs or a needs assessment and an improvement option for our neighborhood parks. This needs assessment could coincide with phase 3 of our work plan, which is kind of the benchmark assessment. I see these two items occurring simultaneously. Phase 3 is really the city parks and recreational benchmark assessment. This is part of what Karen Collins originally proposed a year ago. And in her proposal, she mentioned that we could utilize Sonoma State graduates to help us with this, or we could hire a consultant. The goal is really to get to compare current levels of service standards to those offered by our peer communities in both Sonoma and Napa counties, as well as other comparable communities. We are proposing the use of benchmarking as a method for establishing the standards for amenities like playgrounds and dog parks and youth and adult recreational programs and sports facilities, etc. This is not, as part of this work plan, it's not currently in the budget for our fiscal year 2021, but it's something that we'd look to build out and make part of our fiscal year 2021 or 21-22 fiscal budget if adopted, and looking to really roll this out maybe in July, and it would run through December of 2021. Phase 4 is our Park and Recreation Master Plan, and the goal is to start this work in 2021 and break the project into all these different phases, but really looking at like the overall strategic review of the master plan for the city parks and recreations programs, include professional outside assessment using information from projects, the first 2 phases of the work plan, which is, and then also looking at getting our community involved by utilizing surveys, and then also, again, talking about this park assessment, needing to identify what our current needs are, as well as our future visions for all of our parks. So, and then eventually getting to the point where we have project costs and a future capital investment planning process in place for our parks. And at this point, again, the budget estimate for phase 4 of our work plan is not in this particular project scope, but we would be bringing something back to you probably in fiscal year 21-22 fiscal budget. So, so that kind of wraps up the 4 phases of our work plan. The next slide talks about our Measure M in county parks, and staff is in agreement with the City Council's guidance of having CSCC being the appropriate body to oversee the Measure M parks or county parks tax. Part of their mission, it's listed in the municipal code. I'll let you, it's on the slide. So this really does fit naturally into what their jurisdiction is here at the city. And then the Measure M oversight, we're proposing in March of 2021, city staff bringing forward some recommendations to the CSCC on projects with cost analysis that could be then funded by the Measure M County Parks task. The CSCC will then be able to kind of hear the public feedback, engage with the public, and then provide their advice and recommendations to the City Council as part of the annual budget process for fiscal year 21-22. Next slide. So if approved, we're proposing that the next steps be the city manager to appoint and convene the Community Recreation Parks Task Force. We need to establish charters. the goals, the schedules of the meetings, and the tasks. This is a working group, is what we're anticipating it being. It will provide the critical input necessary on all the different aspects of the work plan. It'll provide general oversight and advice to the CSCC, and I do see it, the recreational task force being made up of both our recreational partners and our facilities as listed on this diagram. And then the next step to really get this moving quickly, because we have our timeline is literally in a month to start this project. If it gets approved, is the city manager would need to work with Karen Collins to meet and just discuss who should be invited and appointed to this task force, with the goal to get the invitations out by the middle of January so we can implement on this work plan. And as far as city staff would drive the project forward, working closely with the recreations task force as outlined in this slide, and then provide project management to the work plan if approved. Sorry for talking so fast.
So good. No, thank you, Lisa. So council, I appreciate Lisa going through that. I think this is an area one that council, I know from talking to you individually and hearing you at meetings, is something that you really want to start to put some time and focus into. Karen Collins also has great expertise, and I don't see her as a participant list, or I would have asked her to come forward and speak. I think the main piece to tell you on this is this plan will evolve a little bit, but the focus is let's go figure out what we have currently, and then let's document and share with the community, and then we'll go to the next phase of figuring out what are benchmarks and what do other communities have, and how can we continue to enhance our own unique parks and recreation program. So happy to take in any comments from council members and members of the public.
Yeah, can we maybe stop sharing?
I'm going to stop sharing, just 1 second. Thank you.
Questions for council? For questions
from council? I'm sorry.
Yeah, from council.
So Measure M, I'm sure somewhere Karen Collins, unless she's on, is doing a happy dance. I'm sure of that right now. So I forget, how long does this funding for Measure M last? And what is it annually? And I guess it's figured on wherever the funding comes from. I forgot, I'm sorry.
So Measure M is 10 years. It was approved in 2018, and it's a 10-year tax. And so the city, we expect to receive just under about $120,000 a year that we have. So I think part of it is being strategic about what do we want to use it for? Because we've got, it's about $1 million over those 10 years to potentially make improvements in our parks. It can, and to be clear, Measure M, which can be used also for recreation, education, and health programs. So it can be used for physical things in the parks, but frankly, it's broader than I had originally remembered.
And because I mean, possibly Karen Collins will remember, I felt that there were the opportunity for recreation or some type of equipment for people, senior citizens. I saw someone at the museum, Depot Park, at the museum, the railroad tracks, walking on the tracks to help her with her balance. Possibly there might be something better than that. So I think it's great. I think between the talent here in Sonoma and what Karen Collins will bring with her committee, and I also think it has to be accepted, is that right, by an oversight committee?
The Parks Measure M money, the city spends the money, and then it is reviewed after the fact by the County Parks Measure M Advisory Committee. And Karen Collins has been appointed, I believe, by Supervisor Gorin to sit in that position. And here, the goal, I think, is the goal is to have a little more robust community involvement through the CSCC, and letting the CSCC look kind of strategically and make recommendations back to the council. So this process would start in March, so that hopefully, when council's considering budget, hopefully this year in April, or May earlier than kind of what we've been able to do through the last set of emergencies, you all can then make, but you'll have broader input on those parks investments.
Thank you.
Other comments from council members or questions from council members? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open up public comment. And I see Fred.
Hi, I think this all looks great, and I know that Karen is top-notch park person to have involved, so it looks like high quality endeavor. I remember that the top tier presentation was Cathy's first presentation as city manager, first big study, and so she had the graphic of the different buckets and what to put stuff in, and I thought that was quite good, and that's when I knew that she was good. We already, as a city, already went off the top tier and then came back, and the top tier groups are not just in the city; they're part of the full Lower Valley community. So I'm just curious if this project here, if anyone can give guidance, if this is intended to be just completely within the city limits, or is this going to be along with the other, this sort of top tier, larger circle of what we would consider our community here. And if it is a larger circle, I would suggest that a MAC member be on the task force, and maybe Mike A. Torrey could be asked to appoint someone to the task force. People who serve Sonoma Parks can serve them as well. So those are my comments, and I look forward to working on them.
Great. Anybody else rising for public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board.
So let me just can I just answer Fred's question maybe before council comments? Just briefly, the question Fred was asking, is this just city kind of 2 miles by 2 miles centric, or is this broader valley? The reality, I think, in my mind is, while we have parks that are located only within the city, they serve a broader community. In addition, the recreation programs, all of our providers serve the valley as a whole. So once again, we are this kind of broader community, though I do think it would be, it may be appropriate for us to see if we can potentially, get some broader grants or work with other parts of the county to partner with us. So I do think we have to be a little careful because we only have our own money to deal with. But again, we have an ability, I think, to work with a broader community as well. So I do think it will end up being broader than just our 2 miles by 2 miles.
Great. Councilmember Harrington.
I'm so happy to see this on here, and I communicated with Karen about it. She's really happy with the work plan. I think we do have a number of vacancies on the CSEC right now, so it's a great time for new applicants to join. This is going to be some of the scope of the work that's going to be done, so I think that's really great. I think it's always really good too when we can use kind of like the tools and apparatus that we already have in place to carry out something that we want to do. So I think Karen brought forward this work and also mentioned to me about a Measure M oversight committee. And I think the CSEC is a really great home because it's already staffed. It's already, very functional. So, and the members that we do have that are continuing on are outstanding. I think Fred's point about including people from the Valley is sort of inherently important because we need to think about who are the end users of our parks and recreation, and the end users are not obviously just the people in the city of Sonoma, they're the people in the entire Valley. So I think their perspective and their desires and really understanding how everybody uses the parks will be really important. And I'm open to people who don't live in city limits serving on the ad hoc, if that's, if there's people who are willing to serve who would be good. But I think we certainly need to know how people are using our parks and what we can do to make them better. And I just think even with budgets being tight and all of things going forward, and so many people being lonely and not getting enough exercise and all the things that are happening because of COVID. One of the things we can do is try and make our public spaces as open and welcoming as possible. So I'm really super excited about this project. And again, Cathy Capriola, who knows how to get things done.
Yeah, but I'm teeing this one up and handing it. I appreciate that, Councilmember Harrington, but I am handing it to Lisa Jansen, who is someone else who knows how to get stuff done.
Oh my God, you just like, well, you know, I am leaving, but we'll start this entire, you know, huge thing for work. So that's great. Thank you, Cathy. I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you, Lisa. And also, I don't know if Karen's watching or not, but thank you to her for pushing this idea and kind of, you know, doggedly following up on it and giving so much of her time, and also getting a lot of community members excited about this work, because I think we are going to have people willing to volunteer who are really going to contribute a lot, and that's always exciting too. So obviously I support this.
I want to say something.
Yeah, please.
All right. That is wonderful program. Although they need money, $20,000 also is not a small money, but I think from the long term, and we're using the money in the right place in the long term. And sooner or later, because we need activities, we want to see vibrant. And definitely that is a good investment. And also Cathy mentioned possibly we can apply for the grants. Yes, grants is very, very important. We need to let more people know we have this kind of project, and then we can get a support. And also grant writer is very important. If Lisa, if you have any idea, let me know. I want to recommend some great grant writers to you. Because $20,000 just, you know, start up the money. It's a small money and a long way to go. This grant is number one. Number two, own a local nonprofit organization. A lot of nonprofit organizations. Please work closely with them. I believe they will support this project. Nonprofits and also individuals. People who love the Sonoma, want to see Sonoma is better, they will also support. So the marketing starts from home, from you. And we just give you the very little, humbly little, but want to push you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ting. Councilmember Hundley.
Thank you very much. I'll be supporting this tonight. I think it's $20,000 is a good investment in this. It reminds me of an effort from about 5 years ago of putting together a community recreation calendar, but there wasn't really infrastructure set up to keep it going, so it was not a successful exercise. But also with the way that Parks and Recreation is in Sonoma, it's really unusual. And I was surprised to learn that we had a Parks and Rec district that included the county that was dissolved at some point. I don't really even know the history of what happened there, but I think that the first step is figuring out sort of what you have and what you need. And then I imagine down the road that this is a great opportunity for the city and the county to be partners together on. But I think we have the right infrastructure in place and the right people to make this first step a useful, meaningful exercise, and also really useful because, you know, I'm on like 57 different email lists of all these things happening from all these amazing places. And I think that's great for the city to take the lead and to start consolidating those lists.
Councilmember Agrimonti.
Nothing, I'm just happy. Somewhere, as I said, Karen's doing a happy dance.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate this coming forward, and appreciate Councilmember Harrington for bringing this forward as well. And I really appreciate your work, Lisa. You are the town's Swiss Army knife. You do it all, from food security to helping all these businesses get through what's been going on, the COVID-19 crisis, and now parks. So you are such a valuable asset to this team, and I just really want to acknowledge you and appreciate that. And thank you to Karen Collins for all of her work to keep pushing on this. I've been interested in updating the park since I went down to, well, really since I had lived in Korea for a while and saw the kind of amazing things that they have down there. But when I went to a conference in Long Beach, they had all these amazing workout equipment pieces that you could do bench press or lat pull downs or any type of thing. And we used to have these along the bike path where they were kind of older and made of wood. They were all removed, but it was basic pull-up bars and things like that. There's a whole new generation of this equipment that is strong and long-lasting that can really provide some great recreation. Olsen Park really needs some help. I've had a couple of parents reach out to me and talk to me about shades, the need for shade structures at the basketball court there, and along the near the playgrounds as well. So I think these parks infrastructure improvements are really key. I mean, I remember playing on Olsen Park when the concrete was basically it was gravel at a certain point. And it finally got repaved. It's quite nice now. Totally agree with reaching out to the Valley. If we do create a physical pamphlet, I would like to see some of those in Spanish as well, so that everybody can be aware of the kind of opportunities that are around here. And then this also pairs with the kind of thoughts that I've had about creating some sort of app or a different communication piece where people can be more aware digitally of these. But I think this is a wonderful effort. I really like seeing this go forward. I think consolidating all these ideas is great, and creating kind of a master plan for parks infrastructure improvement, because they do get utilized by everybody. You see people throwing parties in Depot Park. It's amazing. It's wonderful. But we can make that area better and even more conducive to those kinds of community activities that are cheaper, free, and really fun. So that's the way that's where we want to go. And just appreciate everybody's leadership to bring us to this point, and we'll keep moving forward. So.
And Mr. Mayor, could I just say one quick thing for Councilmember Ding's benefit, possibly unless you already understand about Measure M. I think it's important for you to know about the funding of that. We surpasses 20,000. So possibly either Cathy or Lisa Jansen can explain that to you, so you'll be on board. You're a numbers guy, so you'll know it better than many of us. So that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, can I add one thing too? So applications for being on commissions, I believe, are currently open, and you can go to the city website if you're interested in applying and apply online. I don't know if any city staff has anything to add to that, but I think it's fairly straightforward.
Yes, thank you. You can go to our news section or just type in commission appointments in the search bar at the very top and it will pop up. The deadline was this Friday, the 18th. We still could use some more appointees. So I was just talking to our city clerk, and we're going to extend through kind of the holiday season through December 31st. So we'll be putting out a new announcement on that. So that gives the folks a little more time, and time also for council to help spread the word. And we'll do another kind of marketing push on this as well. Just want to mention one thing. Again, this is the first time we've done this, and we're going to be trying some new technology. I know we've been working more and more to do more of our public outreach and information in Spanish. And I'm not sure whether the technology currently exists in this digital piece to do a full translation. We'll look into that. It may be like we do one thing and then the next year we'll upgrade it again. So we'll try our best, but I just want to say we don't know what the technology is at this point, and how easy or simple or price point any of that. So
possibly, is there Maria Reyes? No.
Maria Carmen?
Yes. Marie Carmen.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll definitely look and see whether it's possible, whether there's a program that does it, but we'll definitely keep that in mind. Because clearly it is part of that broader, the goal is to have a community recreation and a clearly broader than just the city, and the need to have broader exposure. I just don't know what that looks like right now.
And potentially there's county support for that, and potentially there's volunteer support for that. But I just think it's something we should keep in our minds to make sure that we make it accessible for as many people as we can. Because
agreed, no argument. I just want to let you know we haven't looked. So the price point of what we put out there is kind of, let's just be clear, it was like this. So, but we think we can do it, and we'll do a first pilot, and we'll continue to beta test and make it better and better.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
I think there's a resolution here. Is there?
But Jack, just
yes,
so you know, Mayor, okay, thanks. Just for Jack's clarification, the mayor typically doesn't second or move items. So Great. We have both of those. And if we could get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agrimonti,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Great. And I did have a request from a member of the board to take a quick break. So we're going to take a quick break here, just a quick 5-minute, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
need. So we'll rejoin the meeting. We'll move on to item 6.2, discussion, consideration, and possible action to adopt a resolution that one awards a conditional certificate to Spark, allows it to make an application to obtain a commercial cannabis business permit. Turn it over to David.
Before
excuse
yeah.
me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Oh, here it
Mayor
is.
Harvey.
This is your moment.
I would like to request recused for this project, myself for this project, because my residency with the address 849 Plow Street is 602 feet with the subject and the building. I sent an email to the FPPC. They gave me a timely suggestion. I should recuse myself from this project. So in this way, I have made a decision, although I wish to participate in this program, but I have to recuse myself to be compliant.
Thank you, Jack. So go ahead and I appreciate you recusing yourself on this item, and please go ahead and turn off your microphone and your camera.
All right.
Forth. Thank you. Do we have other recusals or anything like that?
No.
No, we don't. Okay, great. So we'll move on to item 6.2. David?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. At your November 16th city council meeting, direction was given to staff to prepare a resolution that allows Spark to be awarded a conditional certificate. And we have done that. In your packet tonight, there's a resolution with no changes to the resolution that we prepared for you on October the 5th, other than a couple of whereases where we updated the storyline of the action that your council had taken. Should your council approve the resolution tonight to award the conditional certificate to Spark, that would then allow them to submit for discretionary land use entitlements. In other words, a conditional use permit for their location on Sonoma Highway. And then they would, after the approval of a conditional use permit, it would then allow them to apply to the city manager for a commercial cannabis business permit. This concludes staff's report. We recommend adoption of the resolution should you wish to award it to Spark.
Thank you, David. Questions from the council?
I have a quick question.
Yes, Councilmember Harrington.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to be clear. So we are going to have a discussion about having amending our ordinance to have 2 dispensaries, and at that time, whatever Spark agrees to with regard to payments to the city, that will still be in place and that will not be changed. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, and that will be in January.
And where is the where are the conditions described? It's in what we're approving tonight. It has those conditions, and once this is approved, basically they are subject to those conditions forever forward.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And may I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
So this, I spoke to Cathy about this morning, so I just want to keep it in my memory. This has nothing to do with additional dispensary or anything. We're just voting on Spark.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, the direction from the quarterly agenda for council was to split the issue, bring forward Spark at the earliest convenience, which is this meeting, and then tentatively have scheduled the broader discussion of modifying the commercial cannabis ordinance for the January 20th meeting, where council wants to have a conversation about a secondary dispensary and also review manufacturing, testing, some of the other items.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, we'll go ahead and move for public comment then. We see Doug has been brought in here. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Logan. I am a proud supporter of cannabis in Sonoma County, and I look forward to having a dispensary in the city of Sonoma. I work with the Sonoma Valley Cannabis Enthusiasts, and there are many people that would love to have a dispensary. Spark has provided a lot of local support and will continue to do that moving forward from everything I understand. Having a local dispensary is also very important for many people who rely upon it for support. I have epilepsy, like many people with epilepsy who cannot drive. Having a local dispensary that can provide high quality cannabis is very, very important. I look forward to having a dispensary with Spark in town as soon as possible. I hope that happens very quickly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I live about a mile from the proposed location. I am a member of the Hessel Green and a cannabis grower in Sonoma County. The permitting process is very difficult to get through. I was disappointed when this didn't pass last time because I know our community needs and wants a storefront. I have to send people out of town to get my product. I would love to sell it here. I also like Spark. They have a proven record and run a clean and nice store. They buy from local growers. It's an essential business in an economic downturn. I have only met Eric once, but he is active in our community and industry. When he heard that my farm burned down in the glass fire, he offered me a place to stay. Many growers and many of his employees say they like him because he has good business practices and is just a really nice guy. So I would like to add my support and ask you to vote yes for this conditional certificate. I also support a second storefront.
Thank you, Lisa. We have Sandra Saldana.
Yeah, hi, thank you for having me. Hi, I'm Sandra. I live 1 mile from the proposed site. I don't want to continue to drive out of town for my needs anymore. I support the conditional clearance for Spark. They have a proven track record of running a successful and clean shops. I'm excited that we're finally getting the storefront that the community wants, needs, and deserves. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Sandra. We got, looks like Erin Gore.
Hi, yes, thank you for having me. My name is Erin Gore. I'm actually a resident of Healdsburg. I'm a local elected official as chair of Healdsburg District Hospital, and I'm also a cannabis operator in Cloverdale. I commend you for writing an ordinance and being the first small town in Sonoma County to take on such a feat, and I can't give my recommendation enough for Spark. I have both direct and indirect experience working with the entire team at Spark. And I think it should be really commendable for the council to choose a local operator who has both a proven track record, a commitment to the community by creating local jobs, and lives in the community to guarantee that they know the people, they shake hands with the customers, and at the end of the day, all for one and one for all. So I really think you made the right choice. I know there's a lot of politics at bay and a lot of emotions on the table for local politics and actually awarding this. And I just really commend you to follow staff direction and choose Spark because they are the clear-cut winner and have the track record and can deliver on their promise for all of the patients and customers who need it most. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. Next we have Barry Wood, looks like.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council members. You may recognize my name from one of the competing applications, and I want to express my support for Spark. I've actually rejoined their team after not being with the team for a number of years. I did have a 10-year history of working with the team, and just want to say that you had a very well thought out competitive process and came to a very good conclusion with deciding that Spark was the top contender. They have always been good neighbors and a great community member. And I just want to voice my support for them moving forward with a dispensary in Sonoma. Thank you all very much and have happy holidays.
Thank you, Barry. Josette Brose-Ei.
Yeah, it's me, Josette. I know there have been many, many twists and turns since the vote to select Spark, but please, can we leave all that behind and move forward with getting this to the Planning Commission with the goal of having a dispensary up and running in 2021? I know there are and will be new members on the City Council, but I hope that everyone realizes that we really want to make this happen. And we can put the issue of amending the ordinance to allow another dispensary on the agenda at the next meeting, or I guess it's going on the 20th. And I still really hope we can just move forward with Spark. And you heard my little tale of woe earlier about my driving. So I really want to make this happen. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Josette. Chris Hayes, you're on with Sonoma City Council.
Hi, thank you for hearing us all out tonight. I just got the message, my battery's low. So my name is Chris Hayes and I'm a recent resident to Sonoma, and I'm the cultivation director for Spark. I started with Spark about a decade ago, but then I left for a few years helping a competitor get off the ground locally. When I led that effort, they were focused on being locally managed and giving opportunities to those of us that didn't have the support that is necessary to start a cannabis business. During that time, Eric and the Spark team wrote letters in support of me and our projects, despite the fact we'd be direct competitors here in Sonoma. Eric's always took time to advise me, both in my personal career and in the development of the business I was trying to help build. When it was time for me to return to Spark, I was welcomed with open arms, which is why I hope you will support this item this evening. Spark will be an asset to the city. Thank you again for hearing us out tonight.
Thank you, Chris. Juan Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Juan Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of La Luz. I'm here to speak on behalf of Eric Pearson. I've known Eric a better part of 3 years. Initially, he came over to La Luz and we launched a pumpkin patch for the families of the Springs area out of his farm. We did that 2 years in a row, and I think about 200 families were able to partake in the pumpkin patch. I mean, that's a tradition that we wanted to pick up, and unfortunately, we weren't able to do it today. But it's really a partnership between Spark and La Luz and trying to get the families that pumpkin patch. The second thing that we worked with Spark, especially with Eric, has been Spark has hired over 30 of our family members. About half of them have been women for the business at Spark. And so we're just, the partnership that Eric has and his ability to be really community focused and community minded. I just hope you take that into consideration as you vote for Spark. I'm in support of Spark. I'm especially in support of Eric Pearson. Thank you.
Sam De La Paz.
Yes, hello, my name is Sam De La Paz. I'd like to start off by saying you guys are a fun bunch. Sonoma, really, you guys got a great group here. So commending the city council there. But I'm also calling in support of Spark and Eric Pearson. I'm vice president of the Hessel Farmers Grange over here in Sebastopol. I live in Sebastopol, California, but I just want to speak to everything. I'm a longtime cannabis industry entrepreneur, and I've heard nothing but good things about Eric and Spark and the establishment. They've been very supportive, most recently with Seabask and the other Sonoma County cannabis organizations coming together to form a joint coalition. And I'm just here to express support. I think that 2 dispensaries for that area because of Glen Ellen and Kenwood may be something that would be, a wise consideration down the line. And again, I think that Eric has been very supportive of other businesses throughout the industry. And Spark has become a very reputable, well-known, and respected name when it comes to dispensaries. I think it would be an easy transition for the city to have something that is, an establishment that is got a great track record. And that's it.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise for public comment, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Comments from council. All right. Seeing no one, go ahead, Councilmember Harrington.
We'll go. This vote is much more difficult than I had anticipated originally at the start of this process, and I appreciate all the comments we received. I agree that there should be a dispensary and probably two in this town. I have said previously that what was revealed in the newspaper about council members Hundley being in a financial arrangement with someone who has business in front of the council.
I don't have a financial relationship with anybody.
Do not interrupt me.
You can keep your comments about yourself. I don't have a financial relationship.
I can comment about anything I want, Rachel, so please don't interrupt me.
Okay, well, how about we stick to the facts here?
Rachel,
Rachel,
can you not interrupt me?
How about we stick to the facts?
If you could not interrupt me and show me.
Okay, how about we stick to what is true?
You aren't going to tell me what I'm allowed to comment, and it is my turn to comment.
Well, I just feel that as council members, we should stick to what's true.
If you don't agree, then when it is your turn to speak, you may say why it is you don't agree. But in a civilized council, I'm allowed to say what I would like to say, and you can refute that during your time. So right now I am saying what I want to say, which is that I was disturbed when I learned that Councilmember Hundley's husband had entered into a financial arrangement with someone who had business before the council, because I think it is unethical to profit from work that is a matter that is pending before the city council, and California is a community property state. So when your spouse receives payment from someone, you are entitled to 50% of that payment, and that is wrong. And I don't think it's right, and it obviously is still before this council because we are voting on it today. So I am disturbed by that. I think that is wrong. And in addition to that, you did not receive, as far as I know, an FPPC letter clearing that behavior. So I am very conflicted about how I might vote in this instance because of those things. Those are my feelings, and I am entitled to have them. If you feel that I should feel differently, you are welcome to say that.
So being civilized here, so there is no financial interest between my husband and anyone that has anything to do with this process. I'm not even sure what else to say. There is none. So now that we've established that fact, I would like to return back to the issue that is at hand, which is our cannabis process. This is something that has been in the works for many years. I mean, I've been working on it for 5 years, but even before my time, that there were people working on this issue that couldn't get enough votes to move forward. And so after starts and stops and starts, it is actually really exciting to get to this point. And I think that's something that's been lost along the way. And we knew going into this, when we were designing our process and hearing stories about how it's happened in other places, often ending in litigation, that we knew that it was going to be bumpy. Did I think that I was going to be personally the target of things that are not true? No, I didn't think that. But for anyone out there who has any confusion about this, the reason I'm voting on this is because there is zero relationship between me, my husband, or anyone that's been involved in this process. So I am allowed to vote today. I'm excited to vote today. And I think that we have come to the end, hopefully, of a challenging and exciting process, and that was to bring cannabis locally to Sonoma. We interviewed, a number of great companies We whittled it down, and then back in August, we unanimously directed our staff to bring back the resolution that's before us today. Like I said back in August, I think Spark would be a great company for us to add to our local economy here. I think it's great that they have the local farm operation. I think it's great that they're working on getting a cannabis appellation for Sonoma Valley. There's going to be a lot of opportunities there. And also back probably last year when we were sort of doing our exploration of this subject and had set up tours with a lot of different companies around Sonoma County, Spark was the only company where the manager met me and gave me a tour. And I was just really impressed by how professional it was. And it just seemed like something that would fit really well in Sonoma. So I think that's why back in August, there was unanimous support for moving forward with Spark. And today I still support Spark. I think that they will be a great addition to our local economy. If the council wants to consider other dispensaries to add on, that's going to be after my time and that's in your hands. But as far as the process we put together, there was only a consensus for one. And so that's what we moved along with. So tonight I will be supporting this resolution tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Agrimonti.
Well, I've never supported it in the beginning, but I've taken the ride with everyone else because I felt that it was important to go through the process. And that's what I've done. I'll hold my comments for anything regarding an additional dispensary, but I look forward to the vote this evening and just so we can get moving. And I thank you, Councilmember Harrington, for your comments. I'm anxious myself, having not had any response from the FPPC. I'm nervous about this, but I think it's time to vote, and I'm going to just wait.
If I could add one more thing, I forgot about the FPPC letter. So I heard last week from the FPPC, they decided that they would not be sending me a letter. So the FPPC has a timeline, 21 days from request to decision, unless they request additional information. For me, their denial came at 50 days, which was quite a surprise. And in the end, when I talked to the attorney, he had told me that letters had been written and that they couldn't decide. But given that I had written the letter prior to the election and that they were now opining after the election, they decided that the things that I had asked about were hypothetical. And that is why they declined to issue an opinion.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for the city attorney. Yeah, I just want to make sure that, is the city at risk if there was any sort of litigation or anything like that regarding with a non-yes or non-no from the FEBC, what would general advice be on that kind of a thing?
Well, the law provides that one of the remedies that's available to a party that sues the city claiming that a decision made by the council was infected by a vote of somebody who had a conflict of interest is that if that vote affected the outcome, that decision could be set aside. So for example, in a 3-2 vote on a particular item, if one of the members voting in the majority was later to have been determined to have a conflict of interest under the Political Reform Act of 1974, which is the law that's enforced by the FPPC, that decision could be set aside.
Okay. So if it was, okay. So if it's a close vote or if there's a deciding vote, then it could reverse the decision if there was litigation around that. And then would that apply for a decision where there was a conflict or where no conflict was discovered or there was no opinion from the FPPC?
No, that would have to be litigated in a court of law.
Okay. All right. Great. I just want to make sure the city's clear of any issues there. Okay, great. So for me, I'm glad that we're allowing for a dispensary in the city of Sonoma. I think that we should have 2 dispensaries in the city of Sonoma. And I look forward to that as well, but that's not what we're here for tonight. Here we're talking about Spark. I'm looking forward to passing it. I think it's something that's a long time coming, and an issue that's been happening for at least the last 4, 6, 8 years to try to get this finished. So I'd like for this to get finished. I think that Spark is a good operator. I've seen them. I've been to the shop in Santa Rosa, and in general, I find their staff to be great and generally very professional. And so I think that they'll be a good operator in the city of Sonoma. And I think that moving forward with that, there'll be an example that will allow us to open up a second one to show people that this is really no different than other retail locations. This is a medicinal product that a lot of people use for a variety of different reasons. There are a lot of local folks who would like access to this in their own town, would like to be able to walk or quickly bike or drive over there. There's folks who can't drive, as we've heard tonight, that would like to have that access closer to home and be assuaged from any sort of delivery fees. So I think this is necessary access. This is just about justice and equality over a product that has been illegal for far too long, and should be made legal and accessible to adults who'd like to use it. So with that, I'll go ahead and see if there's a motion.
I move to approve this. I've lost my iPad. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say, but I move to approve this.
You're moving to approve a resolution.
Okie dokie. Well, I have nothing. I can't read it. I'm sorry.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
I'm dead.
I will second that.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agrimonti,
Aye.
and Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 4-0-1.
All right. On to item 6.3. Discussion, consideration, and possible action on a 6-month contract extension for the school resource officer services and cost sharing partnership with Sonoma County and Sonoma Valley Unified School District. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey, members of the council. So let me just talk through kind of the process we're going to do on this one, and then I'll start us off. The city presentation will be done by myself, Chief Orlando Rodriguez, and Bob Smith, who is our city prosecutor and also is the manager of our youth and family services program. Excuse me. And then there are school district representatives, our colleagues that are here also to comment on this. We'll start off with Board President John Kelly, and then Jessica Hutchison, who's the principal at the high school. And I believe there's a couple of other individuals that the school district would like to provide some background on the council as well. And then we'll go to council questions and go through the regular process. So I do believe I gave a list of names. So Wendy, if you could pull forward the school district folks. And with that, I'll go ahead and start. So as council is aware, there has been a partnership between the city, the school district, and Sonoma County Sheriffs to help jointly fund a school resource officer for the last 6 years. The last contract that we had was a 4-year contract and expired in June 30, 2020, with both the pandemic, budget, and I think just some broader questions of how with virtual learning, how the position was going to be used. The position was not funded, or the position was funded in the city budget, but we did not fill the position. And we're waiting for a school district to make a determination if they were going to be moving forward. The school district did take action about a month ago and approved the funding for their portion of the school resource officer, and is here asking the city as well for your support. So I will ask Chief Rodriguez in a few minutes to talk about kind of how operationally a school resource officer program works and his insights as police chief. And then also, I think one of the really interesting things we have is our Youth and Family Services program, which is a restorative justice juvenile diversion program that has been around for some time. It's run by Bob Smith. Again, that program is jointly funded between the city and Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. And Bob will talk about kind of operationally, how does that work? I'm going to basically just give a brief overview of what I think the city's interests are and why staff is recommending that the council fund the program. There are 5 key reasons. One is this interaction and the integration that occurs between the school resource officer working and knowing youth at the middle schools and the high schools back with that youth and family services program, and the number of referrals and interaction that that does. Bob will talk about that more. The other is the issue of an officer presence on campus for both kind of youth safety and crisis advising. And again, I think that both Chief Rodriguez and the school district will speak more to that, but there's definitely a value to that element. There's also kind of problem-oriented policing and working with youth that comes up, whether it's proactive outreach to kids that may be doing something they think is fun but may not be safe, like some of the youth that love to ride wheelies around town, but it's not necessarily safe when they're weaving in and out of traffic. School resource officers had individual conversations with kids and worked with some of those youth. That's just one example. Graffiti, there's other types of projects working directly with youth. I think there's the other 4th reason why staff is supportive and recommending is really building this positive relationship and what can be seen as positive relationship between police and youth. We saw this recently in June when we had the Black Lives Matter protests, and we saw youth coming forward working directly with the police department to ensure that there were safe protests and that kind of comfort and collaboration. And the last thing is for the city, part of what occurs is there are cases and issues that occur on campus that if there was not a school resource officer present, and a patrol officer would need to go and respond to the school. But they wouldn't have the relationships. It would depend on who's on staff, and it would be disjointed, and it would not be the same kind of connectivity and understanding of some of the youth, and frankly, an ability to work collaboratively to help youth move to a better place would not be as integrated. The other piece is when the school resource officer, when school is not in session during the summer, that school resource officer also works and provides additional patrol support within the city. So those are some of the reasons that we believe that our city's interests to support this program, in addition to kind of just the long-term partnership that's been in existence. The council this position is funded. There was put in the 2021 budget about $87,000 for our 3rd. At this point, the proposal in front of you is to basically fund and approve 6 months from January 1 to June 30. And with that, then it's about $41,000. So there's money in the budget and requires no action of council should you decide to direct staff to enter into a contract in support of the school resource officer program. So with that, I'll turn it to Chief Rodriguez, and then we'll go to City Prosecutor, Youth Family Services, Bob Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Harvey. This is Vice Mayor. We got a new Vice Mayor too, Vice Mayor Agrimonti. Good evening, and council members. And welcome, Jack Ding. Welcome to Sonoma Council City, to the City Council of Sonoma. First of all, let me start with the Sonoma Police Department. When I first took over as chief, one of my goals was to introduce COP at the maximum level, basically where our cops go out there and they make contacts with our residents, see if there's anything that we can do to help them, and also assist a lot of our stakeholders, like the homeless advocate that's going on with Cathy and SOS, all those things. And I think we took a big step forward. We started our Facebook, and we started connecting with the public. We started connecting with the citizens of Sonoma, and it was evident pretty quick the way we started doing that. And all that is what COP is what our SRO is already doing at our school.
Chief Rodriguez, can you just define what COP is for members of the public?
Yeah, community-oriented policing and problem solving. So it's where the police officers get involved with the community, and we work one-on-one with each other to solve problems. And I think that's what the SRO does. He is in the school with the administrators, with the teachers, with the counselors, working one-on-one to ensure, number one, that our kids get some type of a restorative justice, if you want to call it that. If somebody gets in trouble for drinking or any of the any criminal act that could be booked, if you could say taken to juvenile hall, we take them, we write them a citation when we refer them to Youth and Family Services. With Bob, we'll talk a little bit more about that. So our goal is not to fill juvenile hall, not to criminalize our kids. Our goal is to help these kids pass a problem that they may be having with themselves, or maybe a problem that they may be having at school, like they're bullied, or maybe there's a problem at home. And we want to identify those problems and work with the school so these children can come back to school and be successful. That is our goal as the SRO. And the SRO's been in Sonoma since 2005. I've had the privilege to work along some of the SROs as a patrol deputy, and they've done a great job. A lot of education for the deputies saying, hey, we're not, call me if I'm not working today. The SROs will say, call me if I'm not working today. I'll guide you on what to do, and then I'll take care of it when I go back to school. And a lot of the administrators, that's what they're used to that, oh, our SRO, Eric Smith, is not in school today. Should we hold this for Eric? They'll call Eric at home and say, yeah, hold it for me, or no, have a deputy respond and I'll tell him what to do. And then when I come back on Monday, I'll deal with it, right? It's either it goes to Bob Smith, or we'll deal with it in school, or we'll find a way to work things out. So that's the connection the SRO has at that school, where now you free up your regular deputies who are patrolling the streets to do other things, where they don't have to go to the school and build a relationship and see how are we going to do this. The SRO has already have a policy and direction on what he's going to do with each individual child. Now, since 2005 to now, I've never heard of an issue with the SRO ever, that there was an issue with kids or parents complaining that the police presence is too much at the school. In the last 14 years that we've had this program, I've never heard of any issues. In the last almost 3 years that I've been the chief, I've never heard any complaints. And if there are complaints, I wish they would bring them forward, because we want to correct them. We want to correct behaviors. If we're doing something that's not right, we want to correct that. I'm open to that, as a lot of you know. So as the SRO, for me, what it would do for the police department is it'll free up our deputies to basically concentrate on the streets, on our residents, and let the SRO just deal with the schools and deal with what's going on with the students, and deal with the extra patrols, the football games, the basketball games, the extra patrol that he provides at these things, in case there's going to be some issues, because we always hear rival schools, or like I think Cathy already said, there's going to be a protest. They always reach out to the SRO. This is what we're planning on doing. Every time they want to have a march down Broadway, they always get a hold of the SRO, and he works out the details. He takes care of all those things, and he safely, allows some of these, homecoming parades and all these things to happen because of our SRO working with that. You don't take time away from a regular deputy who's out there patrolling the streets when you already have someone in place to take care of those issues that come up. So with that said, I'll let Bob continue, and this is where we work, where the SRO really pays off, because number one, yeah, he's a police officer, but he takes these kids and he provides them a place where Bob can take these kids and mentor them along with the SRO. Which, Bob, if you want to go ahead and start with Youth and Family Services.
Sure, I'd love to. In fact, the biggest challenge on my presentation tonight is stopping somewhere short of tomorrow. So, I feel hugely passionate about this, so I'm going to try to be concise. But the SRO, start off, the Youth and Family Service mission is to keep kids out of the juvenile justice system, because we all know that once you're in the juvenile justice system, you are much more likely to graduate, not from high school, but into the adult justice system. In fact, you go to the juvenile justice system as a sophomore for behaviors equal to somebody who doesn't, and you're 3 times more likely not to graduate from high school. So our mission is to keep kids out of that. So what happens is we work very closely with the SRO. The SRO will cite a juvenile, and that citation would send them to juvenile justice. But in any program that didn't have youth and family services as an alternative, but we work hand in glove with the SRO. He sends the juveniles over to us. As it's in the staff report, I don't want to repeat myself, but they enter into us for a 6-month contract, and we work on issues such mapping their way to graduation, building self-esteem, their self-confidence. We teach online with diversity, equity, inclusion, so they know how to work in their community, how to recognize implied bias, how to deal with that. They come out better prepared for the adult world than they would be if they'd been sent to juvenile justice. And that's because the SRO sends them to us. He is our pipeline. 74 kids he cited last year, 71 of them came to us. More than 90% of those kids graduated from our program. If they graduate from our program, it's more than likely they're going to have better grades and better attendance, if nothing else. So he helps us with the parenting classes. We teach parenting classes. They're free in Spanish and English, 10 weeks for parents who have the misfortune to have a obedient, defiant child. So we give them the tools to help them modify behaviors. And Eric teaches that class. The SRO teaches that class with me. He goes out on house calls. He'll take me out. He gives me the background. We get the background from Eric. Oh, here's the family backdrop here. You got to know that the mom is probably not clean. She's used, and here's the issues. They got this. So we can go into this fully informed about what we need and how we need to shape that contract to make that kid successful. I've been out to homes with him. Anytime he calls, we call him. He's available. It's not the horror story you see in the news about police presence on campus. It's nothing like that at all. Hey, I grew up in the 60s. My palms still sweat when I walk into the police department. This guy is golden. I am telling you, he is making a difference last year in 71 kids' lives. And the only reason he didn't send the other 3 over here were they were non-divertible. They were non-divertible cases. So domestic violence, sexual battery, things like that. Those kids aren't eligible for diversion. So if they complete our program, citation gets torn up. They don't have any history. They got a good experience, very positive in support from us. We're all trauma-based, focus on this. Thanks to Eric and the pipeline, we're building a new ropes course out at Hannah. Youth and Family Services is in charge of that. We've negotiated leases. If Eric SR goes away, Youth and Family Services goes away. So I am imploring you, as I've never implored you before in 30 years of service, please approve this position.
Thank you, Bob. I'd like to go and shift now to hearing from the council can hear from the school district. So I'll start off with Board President John Kelly.
Good evening and thanks for having us tonight. Tonight we have our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Bruce Abbott, with us. We have 2 of our principals, Jessica Hutchinson, our high school principal. We also have Chrissy Waters, who is our Altamira Middle School principal. And we have Dr. Charles Wilson, who is our Director of Educational Services. So we came with numbers, guys, tonight because this one matters to us. It was January 7, 2020, which feels like a lifetime ago, where we had 2 middle school students sexually assaulted on the way to the Altamira campus. They were about a block and a half away. The school resource officer was instrumental in helping us respond quickly, and the particular person that perpetrated that crime was caught in 3 hours. It was a remarkable collaboration between the school district and the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. And that was possible because there's been a long-term relationship built around the school resource officer. The officer does quite a bit more than just serve at the high school for us. This is a person that's involved in domestic violence restraining orders at our elementary schools, particularly Sasserini and El Verano. Divorce in the context of poverty is very difficult for many of our families, and the school resource officer often has to be called to campus to deal with handovers of children. It is the high school employment of the SRO that has drawn the most attention, and I think we all understand why. In Santa Rosa, the example of how the task force has dealt with that over the past year has been closely watched by Sonoma Valley Unified. and we are, in many respects, hoping to draw on their experience. The issue that we are facing, though, is that unlike Santa Rosa, where the city of Santa Rosa funds the SRO program completely, we in Sonoma Valley have a partnership between the district, the office, and the city. That is a very kind thing the city does, recognizing the disproportionate level of resources available between the valley and the city, and the fact that the SRO can offer in the county context some of the advantages that are available to city residents is an important equalizing measure for our valley. There is no city prosecutor if you live in El Verano or if you live on Boys Boulevard, but there is at least some ability to soften the distinction between the sheriff's office law enforcement capacity, the educational services offered by the school, to find some middle way between the two. There is a disagreement about continuing the SRO between parents, student advocates, teachers, and staff, and we are working as a district to reconcile that. And I recognize that tonight there will be voices that you will hear that will tell you that the SRO program should be discontinued. I think we have to respect those voices, but I think that this is a time in the next 6 months where we can work as a group to try to at least find a common path forward and transform the SRO program. And I know that at least all my board members, as of Friday, we're in support of this continued program. We have 2 new board members coming on tomorrow, and I expect that they'll be supportive of it too. The final thing I'd say about the concerns that have been voiced about the SRO program is we now have Measure P, and that is a big change for Sonoma County. We have the availability of resources to follow up on reports and incidents of improper police conduct, and it will be the sheriff's office in many cases that is subject to that Measure P effort. So the SRO will at least partially be covered by Measure P, and that will be at least one additional step to ensure accountability. And I'm going to turn it over to the professional staff who know way more about this than me because they've got quite a few useful things to say, and I'll give it to Associate Superintendent Bruce Abbott first. Thank you.
Actually, I'm just going to hand this off to the staff that are working with them the most. So with Principal Jessica Hutchinson is going to start us off on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Good evening, everybody. I'm Jessica Hutchinson. I'm the principal at Sonoma Valley High School. This is my first year as principal, and I took over as acting principal last spring. However, I've worked at the high school for about 7.5 years now, and prior to being principal, I served as vice principal for 7 years, during which much of my time involved student discipline and working closely with counselors and the SRO. And I want to share with you that the SRO really does work in collaboration with its site administrators and counselors and other staff. In recent, well, always, but especially in recent years, the SRO has been a huge help to us and to all sites with our planning for safety and developing our safety plans, and providing training around necessary drills, and with more value and importance on that in recent years due to needed campus intruder trainings and in light of recent and more frequent school shooting incidents, unfortunately. We are aware that other communities have concerns about the SRO role on campus, and the role that they play on the school campus and in the community. At SVHS and in Sonoma Valley Unified, we're lucky to have such a collaborative relationship with the school resource officer, where we both aim to be preventative and to reduce suspensions and expulsions and utilize restorative practices. And Bob and Chief Rodriguez were both speaking to this, but I'm here to personally speak to this experience and having seen that and partnered with the SRO to that aim. Our suspension and expulsion numbers do speak to this. We are working to reduce those, and we've made some progress to that end. And a lot of this is attributed to the positive relationship that we work to foster on campus between all staff and students, and that includes administrators and the SRO and more. Our school resource officer is really a mentor and offers support to students and families. And both Bob and Chief Rodriguez were also speaking about this. He helps us in working with students and families who need support. He often knows, as Bob used the word backdrop, the backdrop to many families, and that is helpful information in navigating and dealing with each situation. He's helped speak to families about the Parent University classes, which is a parent support network, and also classes that help inform our parents in the community. He's also helped to organize and present at parent informational events on topics such as drugs, alcohol, and mental health. There are also many occasions when the school resource officer talks with students about situations that could be criminal, to help inform that individual or group of students and create awareness. This sometimes is on the SRO's own volition and sometimes at our request, either the request of administrators or the request of counselors. And this really helps to prevent behavior that could be damaging to students and could be suspendable or could be criminal. It could be drug related, alcohol, about texting, bullying, or even sexting as our students become older and start to engage in some riskier behaviors. So that information we believe is really powerful in helping our students to make better decisions and more informed decisions. Bob already spoke to the referrals to Youth and Family Services, and last year I believe the number was 71. But essentially these were all situations that were diverted from the criminal system. And that number of 71 doesn't include any situations that were avoided or diffused due to the counseling and information and awareness that the SRO helped to provide to students on a case-by-case basis as needed. I also just want to add that the SRO is really a key partner to our work to address and support mental health situations. That the school resource officer is someone who can assess for crisis and self-harm situations and can also transport if and when needed. No one else on our campus is really able to do that. So the partnership and the relationship that we have with someone on our staff is really vital in this sense. In the unfortunate situations when we do need to transport students, because the SRO is on our campus and part of our staff and has a presence and has relationships with us and our students, it makes it, it helps to facilitate that situation and to handle that situation with the sensitivity that is needed in that case. And with the rising number of mental health concerns and limited resources in our valley, this relationship for us is really critical. I also wanted to add that our school leaders provided input around the topic of the school resource officer in the summer, and the consensus is that the position is helpful and is observed as having positive relationships with both students and staff. And these relationships that the SRO has with students are very visible through the interactions that are observed at break and lunch and during school events and in classrooms. And oftentimes many of our staff don't even see the relationships or the counseling or the individual conversations that are happening in the office as needed. In distance learning, we would like to provide new training opportunities aimed at furthering our work with restorative practices so that we can improve upon and keep the momentum going that we have with this. Charles Wilson will speak about this shortly. And we'd like to continue with classroom, albeit virtual classroom informational visits and presentations, and possibly parent presentations and information events as well. With that, I'd like to introduce Chrissy Waters, who is my colleague and the principal at Altamira Middle School.
Good evening, everybody. For those of you who do not know me, I am Chrissy Waters, and I am the principal at Altamira. I have had the luxury of working at Altamira. This is my 12th year now. Kind of can't believe that sometimes. And my 7th year as an administrator at Altamira. And I, like Jessica, could really go on and on and on about the benefits of the school resource officer. Like Chief Rodriguez mentioned earlier, I, to this point, have not had a negative experience with an SRO or had a complaint around an SRO or even had a student say something negative about an SRO. But I'm actually here just very specifically to speak to one incident, as Mr. Kelly brought up in the beginning of kind of our intro as a school. Unfortunately, Altamira had a really awful and tragic experience actually almost a year ago. And I don't know if things would have gone as smoothly without having the relationship with Eric that we did. Now, that's not to discredit the rest of the police force and sheriff's department that were there, because I could honestly say that everybody that was involved was amazing and helpful. But, you know, not to get too personal in the situation and protection of the young lady, but, you know, she came straight to me when that happened, and she was very vulnerable. And when I mentioned to her that, you know, we're going to have to report this, she was a little reluctant. You know, she was frightened. But I can tell you that the second I told her that the person she would be speaking to is somebody that I knew for a long time and I trusted and I had a relationship with, there was just, her shoulders immediately dropped. You know, there was a sense of ease. And when he walked into the room, she looked at him and she was like, "Oh, I know you," because he had been around and she had had experience with him. And it was like all the barriers broke down and she just was able to be forthcoming and honest. And I can't say that what might have happened if it was somebody else, but I can say it did seem to have a serious impact on the situation. And I have lots of positive things to say about Eric and even Matt when Matt was here years ago. Jessica was the main voice of the school administration tonight. I'm just really here to speak to the one incident where we had a real tragedy. And although I would love to say that there would be no more tragedies on any of our campuses, unfortunately, the society we live in, that might not be the case. And having somebody there who the kids trust and we trust, and is around and is a presence and is a lot more than just a police force, but a respected, kind person that builds relationships with kids is huge. So I just want to plant that in that I don't know what we would have done without Eric that day. So in big favor of the SRO in many ways. I'm now going to pass the baton off to our Director of Educational Services, Charles Wilson, who is also in charge of our Safe Schools grant.
Good evening. Thank you, Chrissy, for that. As Chrissy said, I help to lead the Ed Services Department and also the Safe Sonoma Valley Grant. The Safe Sonoma Valley Grant is a school climate transformation grant, 5 years, $3.75 million that we received from the U.S. Department of Education, and we're in the midst of our second year. And the reason I'm speaking tonight is because the SRO will serve an important role in moving the goals of the grant forward. One of the goals of the grant is making sure that all of our students are healthy, engaged, nurtured, and connected. And so engaged students are students who are fully engaged, both academically and interpersonally, socially, and with all of the adults. That's a hard thing to accomplish for all of our kids. So it takes a lot of lift and a lot of extra support. SROs, in my experience, they serve in a space sometimes where they're seeing kids not at their best. And so we're wanting to make sure that even in that context, kids are given the chance to become their best. And so with that, we really are going to be focusing on rolling out restorative practices in our schools at a much deeper level than they even are now. Restorative practices, for those of you who do not know, are a way of responding to harm. It does not take the place of consequence, but it's a way of responding to harm that basically says, you are a member of our community. There's a way to fix this, and let's fix this through rebuilding the relationship between you and the person you harmed. Now, those two parties may be both of them peers. They both may be maybe a student and a teacher. It could even be between staff members or between parents. So having the SRO on board now will enable us to really get this officer fully trained and up to speed if they're in the process of restorative practices, and being able to stem situations before they blossom, if that's an appropriate metaphor. Again, as Bob Smith said, the SRO last year diverted, 71 students away from juvenile justice and into an alternative program. And I think restorative practices definitely have to be part of that. And just so you know, restorative practices are really quite important. The founder of the International Institute for Restorative Practices, Ted Wachtell, says that students and humans are happier, more productive, and more cooperative, and more likely to make positive changes when those in authority do things with them rather than to them or for them. And so that's an important part of what we're hoping to achieve this coming year with the school resource officer. And with that, I thank you very much for allowing us to speak to this item.
Thank you, Mayor Harvey. So thank you, school district. Again, as with the school district. This is their request to the council to fund. This has been a long-term partnership, and so wanted to make sure that you understand, council understood their perspective and why they saw the value in the position. So at this point, Mayor Harvey, turn back to you for any questions of council and then public comment and continue.
Great, I've got some questions. So first off, it's my understanding the school district has already approved their, because this is a third, 1/3 from the county, 1/3 from the school district, and then 1/3 from the city. And right now we're questioning the 1/3 from the city. It's my understanding the school district has already approved their third. Correct? Okay.
Correct.
And
That's
then,
true. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And then if the city were to not approve this program would effectively be disbanded or something to that effect. Would that be the immediate outcome if we were to say no here?
Yes.
Okay. Then I have a couple of additional questions. So I talked to, this was kind of bubbling up more in the summer. Thought we were gonna talk about this, and it got pushed back until December. One of the questions that I had got when I talked to parents was there was a concern that maybe there would be, teachers who would have an over-reliance on the system, where teachers would have a disciplinary issue with a kid and they would immediately resort to the SRO because they didn't want to deal with it. The kid's regularly disruptive in class, or there's, maybe it's just a teacher who's overworked or tired or whatever for whatever reason. So I just wanted to ask the two principals if there were examples of that you've seen and how you would rectify that kind of behavior if that was something that came up.
Are you gonna go? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I can take it first, and then Chrissy, you can hop on. So as school administrators, we have to be trained and knowledgeable on school discipline, and that includes California Ed Code. And there's, as well as our district policies around discipline, and that pertains to suspensions and expulsions. And the law provides the situations when we have to expel. Teachers don't refer directly to the school resource officer. They refer to administration because administrators are the ones who can apply disciplinary measures. A teacher could give a classroom detention or things like that. But in terms of school discipline, that has to be administered and handled by the site administrators. So we are the ones working with the school resource officer. So no, that type of concern we don't really see happening.
So a teacher couldn't call the school resource officer and have them respond. They would call the office, and then the office would determine.
It's not that the SRO couldn't be contacted or couldn't respond, but the way the protocol works at our site and the way we all collaborate together is that discipline is referred to the office, and the site administrators handle it when it's an urgent or serious situation like that.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback. I don't even know if our teachers would know how to get a hold of Eric. I think we just have such a clear protocol that things go to us first, and teachers are told, if it's like a real emergency, like
then you're
I don't even know what a true tragedy, they would just call 911. But the way that we have protocol set up, even for ourselves, I've called Eric just to ask questions, but if I'm calling for a student, it's a very specific, we've gone through multiple steps before we call Eric.
Okay.
And I would add one more thing in that the types of discipline that could end up in suspension or expulsion or referral to youth and family services, almost all of the time, aren't referred to us from teachers. They come to us in other situations from something that's spilling over from the community, or the students are coming to us and we're finding out about situations. It's usually not the classroom discipline that the teachers are involved in that results in those types of disciplinary measures.
Okay, thank you. The other piece that I have a question about is, I had the opportunity to meet Eric and did a ride along with him and found him to be a unique individual and a very good guy and somebody who you would want in a role like this, and asked a lot of questions of him about kids and how he works through that process, and really found him to be, a really stand-up person and somebody who had a lot of care for his job. But I did notice that in the staff report that he's being reassigned back to the sheriff's office. So if we get just if Orlando, if you could talk to kind of the type of individual that you look for in this role and the kind of qualities.
Well, the qualities is can they work well with children? That's the number one thing. And normally, like Eric it was a godsend, right? Actually, the last 3 SROs we've had, they have that type of, of sense of working well with children. The first SRO was a teacher, Jerome Colbert, came back in 2005. So he worked at a school district. He taught, I believe it was 4th or 5th grade, and then he became a cop. So it was ideal for him to go to be the SRO, and he understood behaviors. He understood the school system and what we were trying to accomplish back then. We were actually trying to change minds from taking kids to jail to youth and family services, and I think that's when the program kind of gave birth to it. So that's what I meant. It was an education for me. It's like, we're no longer going to take kids to juvenile hall. We're going to do this. And it was really that re-education of stopping the criminalization of kids, especially when they're drinking alcohol to school and they get caught, or they're already intoxicated at school, right? They don't need to go to juvenile hall. They need some kind of a reform. After Jerome came Matt Regan. He spent got over 5 years as the SRO. Again, another guy that was able to communicate with staff and the children, and just the same type of personality that we found that Eric has. So as I look for the next SRO, because Eric's been assigned to, and it was self-voluntary on Eric, he wanted to go to the main office. He's looking to pursue his career to be a detective. And I think everything he's done for the school, especially with that the case that was mentioned earlier, he realized that there's more things that he can do, and just to help the community even more, to be a detective and catch the guys and interview people like that. So, we can hopefully stop the criminalization of our kids by just the general public. What I'm looking for is that type of personality, somebody that can work well with kids. I'm definitely going to be, try to look for somebody that's bilingual, that can probably also, communicate with our bilingual parents. And I hope that that if I do, that's going to be one of the things that I'm definitely going to be looking for. So when I choose the next SRO, if we happen to go for more than 3 years, because again, as deputies, you have to remember that we can reassign them temporarily for 6 months, but they want a long-term, am I going to be here for 6 months, or am I going to be here for 3 years kind of thing? Because, they have families, they want to be at home, they want a certain schedule, they want a regularity to their lives. So that's going to be a big selling point later on, that we definitely have to look at avenues to hopefully get a grant or get commitment from everybody to have the SRO program for the next 3 years.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I had a number of, a couple of members of the community reach out, and there's apparently a part of the contract where they're doing home calls during this kind of social distance Zoom time. Is there truancy checks and things like that the SRO participates in? At what point does this individual get involved, or does this position get involved in something like that? I don't know who wants to answer.
Were you speaking specifically about truancy? I'm sorry.
I'm talking about truancy, and just this idea that there would be checks done by the SRO just if somebody isn't showing up to Zoom calls, or
right.
So
yes, both. In the past, the SRO went along and participated in home visits around truancy, and also in school attendance review board panel meetings. Unfortunately, or unfortunately, I don't know which is, there's no SART or SARB process, school attendance review process, being enforced by the county office at this point because of the impact of COVID. So if and when we return to home visits, the SRO would definitely be participating in that as appropriate. And we would be working, we are not making home visits at the moment, as present time, but we would definitely want to have the SRO participate as appropriate in those meetings as well on the phone.
Okay.
And if I could just touch on that too, real quick. We had an incident the other day, kind of where I would see using the SRO as a home visit during distance learning. the distance learning in terms of evaluating students who might be at risk of harming themselves is really challenging for us, for our counselors through a computer. And, you know, we had a situation the other day where, you know, a young lady was talking about harming herself. And unfortunately, the situation she was in, the reason she was in that state of mind was because of her family. So we were in this tough boat because the kid was home and we didn't really feel we could reach out to the parent. It would have been a great situation where if we had an SRO that could have just gone just to do a wellness check with the kid, it was in that moment would have been a lifesaver for us. Don't worry, we did work it out. Everything is fine. But it would have been a much better process if we would have had that person to call on. So.
Great. Do other members of council have questions?
I do.
Great. Councilmember Harrington.
I guess I understand the value of having a trusted adult whose primary job is to deal with children who have probably difficult family situations. And I guess my question is, why would the appropriate person to deal with that be a police officer and not a social worker or other people? If we assume that the reason children are acting out is because they have been traumatized or other things are going on at home, why is teaching them that law enforcement is the answer to social, psychological problems appropriate?
So I can address that. As part of the grant, we actually do have 2 full-time district social workers, and they are really focused on their role as clinicians in providing the targeted interventions to kids and families that need them most. So far this year, we've served over 100 kids and gotten them connected to services on some level. So this is not to say that the school resource officer serves in place of a social worker in that regard. However, I do think that there are situations, unfortunately, at school where student behavior crosses the line into criminal at times. And so having someone there to help us interpret that and find solutions to the situation rather than calling in the police directly and having a student arrested and escorted off campus, that the SRO serves in that sort of middle ground. I am not personally, and I think Officer Rodriguez knows this, is that I am not personally a fan of us flashing the badge for the purpose of trying to intimidate kids, and that's not what we're wanting to do. We're always trying to find ways to soften that presence in that regard. I do think we have to recognize that not all of people in our community have always had wonderful experiences in their lives or in this country with policing. So that's possibly another thing we need to address, is making sure that this officer helps to build a new set of relationships with our community. I think that perhaps one of the principals could speak more to how the presence of the officer on the day-to-day campus is perceived.
Well, I guess my question is really, most of the things that have been discussed have sounded like this person functions as a quasi-social worker. So if that's not the primary role, if the primary role is dealing with criminal behavior, I do have a lot of questions, because the national data suggests that the role of these police in schools, which, came about in the 1990s, led to the criminalization of things that previously were not considered criminal. And there's like numerous terrible examples of, kids putting soap in a teacher's water bottle, getting arrested for assault. Not that that happened here, but there are countless examples, if you look at the data, of how having a cop in schools actually increases the rate of contact between poor people and communities of color with law enforcement. So we haven't gotten any data here about what the arrest rates were previously or what the dropout rates were previously. I know there's a lot of anecdotal experience about the benefit, but it's,
Well, Councilmember Harrington, if I could,
Mhm.
if I can say that back in 2005, I think even before then, before we built the new juvenile hall, the average, I think the amount of kids that were housed at the old juvenile hall was over 100, and that's why they built a new facility. In the last over 100, it was over 100 a month.
100 were from Sonoma?
No, 100 a month were housed at juvenile hall back in 2002, 2002 in the early 2000s. In the last 5 years, they're housing 22 juveniles a month. 22 for the whole county. Okay, so if you take into account how many high schools there are in this whole county, how many kids are in those high schools, and not including middle schools, and you average 22 in our juvenile hall, I'd say that we're doing a great job having an SRO at the schools, not criminalizing our kids, not taking them to juvenile hall, but actually making juvenile hall less vacant. The ones that you hear that unfortunately are at juvenile hall are the ones we read about in the paper. When there's a shooting and you hear there is a juvenile and we can't release the names. Those are the ones that are going to be housed there for a while until their case goes to trial. So that's why they have approximately 22. They're averaging 22. Last time I talked to the chief there, he says there were probably about 18. There's some things that probably changed for them. I don't know, but that's what we're averaging in juvenile hall. And if you would tell an old chief from 1990 that the jail was at the rate that it is today, our actual jail today, we're housing about an average of 700 people a month. And this is the main adult facility, adults. 2 years ago, it was about 1,500. So things have changed. All right. So now for juvenile hall, you tell an old chief that say juvenile hall, we're only averaging 22 kids at juvenile hall. They tell what kind of shop are you running? The mentality has changed for us. We don't want to criminalize kids anymore. We see the impact of what happens when we help them. The things that we don't report, unfortunately, that the press or nobody's going to say is the good things that happen from helping kids at the high school. I understand, and I think I talked to Charles at a Zoom meeting we had about a month ago that, as a police officer, I'm not ashamed of being a police officer. I take pride in my work, just as the SROs do, just as the rest of the cops do. We go out there and patrol. This is our uniform. This is what we wear. We're not going to take this badge and shine it on somebody just to intimidate them. I'm not going to put up with that. That's not what we do. Not here in this valley and not in the city of Sonoma, especially not in our schools. There's no place and no room for that. That's why we have a select people who we want to put in that school that can talk to our teachers, that can talk to our principals, that can talk to administrators, can talk to our parents and be able to communicate with our parents, because they're the ones that are going to be pulling the kids out of that school if they don't feel that the SRO is the right person for that school, right? So I have to choose the right person. And for him or her to show up with a uniform, and police is not to intimidate, is to gap, to make that connection, to say, look, you see a police officer, it's okay to go say hi to him. It's okay. Last year we had, in 2019, we had 2 calls where people threatened the school. And it was mentioned a little bit, I don't want to bring it up. And within minutes, those kids, one of them was identified within minutes because they brought the information forward to the SRO. They did not feel comfortable with that text message. They did not feel what was said. And right away, they went up to the SRO because they were able to communicate and tell them this is what happened. And this person was identified and arrested, for lack of a better word. Now, what are we going to do with that? Well, we did what we had to do as law enforcement. We contacted the parents because there is a law that says every time we come in contact with the kid at the school, we have to contact the parents. And we can't talk to that kid until the parent shows up. So there, all those procedures are put into play. Administration rules. Now there was another child, unfortunately, that kind of did the same thing. This child was, I believe, 13 or 14 years old. But it came, when we finally figured out who it was, with the help of the school, we were able to identify who this child was, and we realized this was special needs child. So we took a different turn with him. We called the DA's office, juvenile DA's office, and they said, go ahead and cite him, but we're going to help him. And we're going to provide counseling for him, the parents, and everybody. So that's the route we took. That's how we work. We don't go to say, okay, we're going to take you to jail. We're going to forget about you. We start looking for services. How are we going to help these children? How are we going to help these kids? And I think that at the school, that's what they do. Every time I read a report, the majority of the reports that I've read from Eric were kids showing up with alcohol already, kids smoking pot, things that, a lot of them were alcohol related. And so, there's that just small percentage that need that help. Like Bob said, the 71 cases that he remembers, there's 5 or 6 that we really helped these families. They really needed the help. And those are the ones, right? But the other ones is just kids being teenagers, right?
I can't
Sorry,
speak
that's all I
to
have to say.
data we have in the district from 2018 in terms of suspension data. And I know there are some students who are also wanting to speak on this item for public comment. But in 2018-19, there were 342 suspensions in the district and 6 expulsions. And last year, in 1920, with the grant in place, with the work that we've been doing with the school sites in collaboration with the SRO, we were able to drastically reduce that down to 187 suspensions. That's a 43% reduction and only 1 expulsion. And so this is not about creating police states on campus as much as it is about adding to the resources that are available.
Do we have additional questions for council? Because I would like to get to public comment.
I have a question for staff. Back when we last mentioned this, it was during budget, and there was a request made, or at least I had asked, that we get more information about these types of programs in general and what the alternatives were. And I'm just wondering what work has been done on that.
Yeah, so Councilmember Hundley, with kind of the pandemic and everything that we've been dealing with since, the staff has not been able to go out and do that independent research. And so it does feel like there's an opportunity moving forward, though, for, conversations to continue with this partnership with the school district. And I think that's part of what the school district wants to look at with part of their grants, et cetera. So that's where we are.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Ding.
I'm wonder, this in the budget is already included on a yearly sheriff contract or additional?
There's already $87,000. The full year of our third is within the police budget. So the 50% of that, the 44,000 approximately, is also already within the budget. So this would take no new budget authority by the city council if you chose to move forward.
Thank you. I have another question. I just have a curiosity because definitely SRO is good, the position, especially for on the appearance. But I'm wondering. And the school, did you conducted any, the survey with the students? How do they think? They are in favor of this position or not, positive or negative? Because we are adults right now, we make the decision for them because they cannot make the decision. They have to accept. Just curiosity. Anybody can, your district or other the county or other district, did they do some survey among the students? Do they like it or how they like it?
I think there's a bunch of kids waiting to make public comment to address that exact question, Councilmember Ding.
Jack, do you mind if we go to public comment to allow students to make, or the folks that are here to make comment, and then we answer your question about surveys the school's done afterwards? Is that acceptable to you? Jack?
Yeah.
Jack, do you mind if we go open up for public comment and then get your question answered after?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, because this is just not the critical. Yeah, just the curiosity.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. We have Angela or Angelina. Apologize.
Hi. So I was one of the students who organized the Black Lives Matter protest, and the first thing I want to do is say that when we reached out to the police, it wasn't because we supported them or had a good relationship with them. It was because we felt a necessity to dispel the rumors that were going around about our protest. So I am kind of irritated that it's being said that we reached out to the police because we had a good relationship with them, because that's not what happened. And regarding the survey question, actually, we did conduct a survey. And I have the results with me here. This is just from today, but the survey is still open, so I'm still receiving results. So far, we have 64% of Latino and Hispanic children and 44% Caucasian or European descent. And out of those students, 50% of them said that they had interacted with the student resource officer, and over half of the students said that the student resource officer did not make them feel safe on campus. And I would just like to read a couple of examples of why. I think they're extremely important to pull out, and some of them are genuinely extremely upsetting. This student said that they had autism, and because of it, the SRO treated them poorly. One student said that the SRO threatened to not help them if they didn't stop crying. There are several reports of the SRO tailing Hispanic children on campus. There are reports of the SRO targeting groups of colored children and harassing them with questions and asking what they're doing and why they're hanging out in a group, even though they're just friends hanging out. One student even had a set of recently bought markers thrown away because they were going to be used for vandalism and not her art. And there is one thing that I would like to say, it's an anecdote. When I was in middle school, my ex-boyfriend raped and sexually harassed a lot of girls. And he didn't get in trouble at all. He got in-school suspension for 5 days and then went back to hanging out with us, and no SRO got involved. He wasn't disciplined nearly as harshly as he should have been. And I was scared for my physical safety because he had started hitting me, and he knew that I was one of the people that reported him, and I was scared that he was going to hurt me severely. And so no one got involved. There was no legal action taken, and we were ignored. And I think that the student resource officer does more harm than he does help. And there is evidence of that based on the survey that we've taken today. Students don't feel comfortable with an SRO coming to their home. They think that a trained professional like a counselor or a therapist or a social worker should do that, because most of the reasons why they haven't been attending classes is psychological, or they have to take care of children, or their Wi-Fi doesn't work well, or they can't focus because there are so many people living in their house. And an SRO coming to their house would just increase their anxiety and mental health issues. And the SRO would just add to that, because a lot of kids are scared of him because of the way he conducts himself at school and because of the way that he interacts with students.
Thank you for your comments, Angelina. Celeste Winters.
Thank you. Before I make my comment, I want to say that I think it's incredibly exploitive and inappropriate to use the sexual assault of a child in this public discussion. And I'm referring to principal at Altamira and to Trustee Kelly. The child and her family should be shown more respect and sensitivity than that. So shame on the adults who took part in that discussion and who should know better and care more about children and survivors of sexual assault than to exploit them like that. I hope in the future they choose differently. I wanted to bring attention to the council that the contracts between SBUSD and the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department and what's been presented to you at council are very different contracts. The document submitted at the 10/20/20 school board meeting was problematic in multiple areas, and I am the one who requested that the contract be pulled from the district board agenda meeting. There were discrepancies in the document, including the area of cost. It had been copied and pasted with old financial totals that contradicted the current financial total contract amount, and a closer look demonstrated that the copying and pasting of that contract had actually occurred in the past and had gone unnoticed. There was an amendment added by Chief Rodriguez that was in direct contradiction to the district's implementation of the SAFE grant that is designed to provide wraparound services to students and their families. This amendment was not only a contradiction, it actually directly undermined the work of the SAFE grant and the qualified staff who are trained to provide those important and sensitive services, such as the social workers and the counselors. It also included home visits for truancy during COVID and distance learning. The district agreed to pull that item, and I was told that they would hold a stakeholders meeting before the revision would be submitted in November. I emailed and followed up on that multiple times, and that stakeholder meeting was never held. Instead, a new and revised contract was submitted to the SBUSD Board of Trustees meeting on 11/17, and that contract was approved. The financial items were amended to be reflective of the current financial proposal, and omitted was the amendment written by Chief Rodriguez. And that amendment is no longer part of the agreement that was approved with Sonoma Valley Unified School District. However, that document and those pieces that were removed are in the contract and in the document that's been presented to council, and council is being asked to approve. So why are there different contract documents with a different proposed scope of service and agreements being submitted to two different entities for the same scope of service? If you compare both of the documents with the ones submitted with the city of Sonoma, you'll see that these documents, they don't align. In particular, the approved document between the Sonoma County Sheriff and SBUSD and the document with the city of Sonoma. These are very different agreements for the same service being provided by the same service provider. And I would hope that, and I really want to encourage and hope that the council calls that into question, because I find that very questionable. I'm also requesting that the city of Sonoma not approve this contract, send it back to the sheriff, and request that Chief Rodriguez provide the city with a contract that reflects the one that was approved by SBUSD, so that the city of Sonoma, SBUSD, and the Sonoma County Sheriff are agreeing to aligned contracts, agreements, and expectations of services. Furthermore, I'm requesting that the city of Sonoma take action to defund school resource officers entirely and reallocate those funds to counseling and mental health programs, and support the wraparound services being implemented in SBUSD to support students through mental health, social workers, and counseling. It's time to make a decision that's focused on protecting students who are protected classes of students, and that the data demonstrates over and over again are being directly harmed by the policing of students in schools, not being focused on warm and fuzzy anecdotal stories or fear-mongering tactics. It should be noted, once a student who belongs to a protected class, such as a disabled student with an IEP, is referred to Youth and Family Services, the discipline process has now left the school district, and the rights afforded to them under the IDEA no longer apply. This creates a dangerous situation for the student who is referred away from the agency that is mandated to protect them and into a program where they may not be provided the services specific to their disability needs and that meet the mandates of the IDEA, and are expected to sign a contract they may not be able to read or understand due to a specific learning disability such as dyslexia or an executive functioning disability. I can tell you that as the parent of a Black, Muslim, and autistic son, I will never allow my child to set foot on that campus as long as there is an SRO. This is a decision as a parent that I'm making based on data, not anecdotes and fear-mongering. The data demonstrates that it is not safe for my child to be there with an SRO present. And it's time for the city of Sonoma and SBUSD to take the necessary steps to protect students who belong to protected classes and who've been the victim for decades of systematic racism and discrimination in policing and public education. And it's time to do better, and it's time to stop policing children.
Thank you. Remind everybody, I'm giving people an additional minute in this time, so I please ask everybody to respect the time and please try to come under the 4-minute time limit. Thank you. Or pause.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
City council members, members of the board, members of the school district administration, and members of the Sonoma Valley sheriff's office and police station. I'm here to just really support something that I've been working on since the summer, which is a much larger conversation than just law enforcement accountability as it relates to racial equity in our valley. Myself, my involvement with youth and the youth leaders of our high school this summer was with this protest as well. Coming off of protests happening in Santa Rosa. And I think what I'd like to just kind of lean on here are some of my narratives and the narratives that have come up in those spaces, which is an obligation that I take extremely seriously as a former youth leader, but also a community leader now, who is trying to engage a conversation and, to Councilmember Ding's point, bring up the voices that have been absent in these conversations for generations. And I stress that point with the utmost respect for everyone in their respective capacities in these educational institutions, in the law enforcement spaces, and you all as public representatives. It is of the utmost importance that when we're talking about a system that has historically and disproportionately represented Black, Indigenous, and youth of color in the prison system and created a pipeline that was so casually referred to in a positive light, that we involve all perspectives in this. And I am extremely upset to hear how easy it is for all of you members of the school administration to have such glowing reviews of this program without taking into account youth voices and perspectives of those you serve, and without which you would not exist. That isn't to say that any of the things that you have mentioned and any of the positive outcomes are to be dismissed. In fact, I am happy that those things were intervened in. But to have a one-sided discussion about this and to rubber stamp something of such importance and of such momentum in this historic time, where as a country, as a state, as a community, we are reconciling with the impacts that these youth have faced. And I will direct you to the Springs Municipal Advisory Council meeting, where 6 youth spoke on their issues with racism in this valley, in this community, not just with law enforcement, with school administration, with teachers, and with many other people of which we are associated with and complacent with, and absent of any sort of in-depth and meaningful conversation and action. And that is why this program isn't just one single lightning rod that we're fixated on as, as community members. This is part of a larger discussion, and I just want to bring that point up. But back to the point of the program itself.
30 seconds.
Thank you. There's a lot more to discuss here. There's a lot more that is not being said. And with all due respect, Chief Orlando Rodriguez, I hope that you are open to this discussion moving forward and for a more thorough conversation of accountability, like you mentioned earlier, because I do believe that there are plenty of voices that will be present for that conversation if it is to be held. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paz. Demetra Smith?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I would like to thank the youth who stayed up for hours to make a public comment on this program that affects their lives so personally during finals week, during distance learning, which is causing massive problems with youth all over the county and all over the country, depression, anxiety. They have stayed up in the middle of a pandemic during finals week to make comments. So thank you for having that space. We cannot sweep aside the data on the school to prison pipeline, on the racial profiling, on implicit bias, on the structural racism that is an inherent part of school resource officer programs. Again, the feel-good stories and the positive stories are great. In any way a kid can be reached, I'm not gonna fight that. But what I am gonna fight is mostly all white individuals extolling the virtues of a program that disproportionately affects and harms Black, Indigenous students of color. So I'm glad that Councilmember Ding asked about the survey. Over 52 students replied to the survey within 24 hours. So important was this topic. The data continues to roll in, so we are happy to update you on some of the comments. Frankly, I wept today hearing some of these comments, and it's been difficult to hold it together, frankly. As Omar so eloquently stated, there was no consideration by the school district or the city council or Sonoma County Sheriff's Office to ask the youth. We're adults, we're talking about what's good for them, and we're not asking them. We cannot do that. I understand if you're saying you want to divert kids from the juvenile justice system. I've been in the juvenile hall. The majority of the kids there that I worked with are Black, brown, and Native, and they are kids with disabilities. So while we may be incarcerating less kids, they are BIPOC kids and they are kids with disabilities. I have seen it with my own eyes. I feel like we can do everything that this program purports to do with mental health counseling, crisis professionals, and trauma-informed interventions. We don't need police policing children at school. So this city council has an opportunity for a simple ask. Please table this vote tonight. Please review the report that was submitted to the city council and to the school district several hours before this meeting. Let's have a discussion about it next month. There is no rush. Let's not rubber stamp it. Let's not leave the kids out of this discussion. We need to do what's right. This is a pivotal moment in our country. This is a national reckoning. We do not need to rubber stamp a school officer resource program. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Mario Castillo.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me there?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I also want to second Dimitra. I want to thank the youth for staying up and speaking so eloquently to this issue. I have I guess I can't really, I can't really say much more than what already was said by Omar, Celeste, and Dimitra so well, and especially Angelina. So maybe what I will do is ask questions. If Bob Smith thinks that his program has been so successful, how come he doesn't have any kids tonight, any families backing him in supporting his program? If this program has been so successful since 2005, how come we don't hear success stories of families being in support of this program? How come how come the administration doesn't have success stories backing their lovely stories about how effective and wonderful the resource officer is at school campus? Why is that? Is it because really they are in fact relying too much on this officer to feel safe? Is it because they know that there really is an officer that is protecting people, white people, and from kids of color? And I also find it very, very, very inappropriate on how they used situations to use the fear mongering in a very inappropriate way. I am very, very disappointed on that, and I wish that the administration can do more and should. I wish they would do more. I am hoping that they actually reach out and that they actually begin to listen to the students, and perhaps they, if their program is so successful, they can bring some of those students that they have been so affected to work with or families to actually wait for 4 hours to have a chance and speak on this on this issue. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Sebastian Ward.
Hi.
Go ahead, Sebastian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So I mainly want to bring up the mental health side of this issue. To my knowledge, SROs have no mental health training, and if they do, I would really like to know like what training they have. So I think it's super inaccurate to say that they can help with mental health issues if they have no training on it at all, especially with disabilities. And for example, in the survey when they brought up the example of the autistic kid, I think that was super disappointing to hear about. A lot of my friends are POC, and they have been negatively affected by SROs. And I was also one of the people who helped make and spread the word about the survey out, which I also would like to say is super disappointing that the district did not reach out to us to ask about our opinion about this, because this affects the students as much as it does the district. I am really disappointed in the amount of complaints that we've had on the survey. A lot of them are heartbreaking. A lot of them show examples of the SR being blatantly racist, especially toward Hispanic kids. And I would really like if the next time we have something like this brought up, if the students had more of a chance to be involved and have our voices be heard on this subject. That's all.
And next we have Jeremy Castillo. Could we bring Jeremy in? Go ahead, Jeremy. Jeremy, if you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak about my experience and opinion in this matter. To begin with, my name is Jeremy and I am a Mexican and I'm transgender. First of all, I do not believe that the school benefits from having SROs on our campus. I understand there are some that disagree, but in my experience, officers on campus are there to create fear in students. Last year, I had a mental crisis. The school called the police officers instead of my parents, and that alone caused me to have spikes in stress and worsen my state, mainly because my IEP clearly states to call my parents in situations like this. When the officer confronted me, he told me to stop crying or he wouldn't help me. This is not only completely inappropriate, but has also traumatized me. My parents were not aware that I was taken from school till I was at the ER. From Sonoma to the Santa Rosa ER, that's about 34 minutes. They did not call my parents for 34 minutes. Because I was in a state of distress, I do not remember this officer's name. This makes me wonder how many other students have had this experience like this, especially kids of color like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Anybody else rising for public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. We had a couple questions in there, maybe. Do we have questions in there that we noticed? There was one about a discrepancy between the contract offered here versus the contract offered at SV, the Sonoma Valley Unified.
So the only
is that true? Is that not true?
the only piece that I know that Chief Rodriguez, he put together kind of a one-page, some background material, kind of a staff report that he's turned into the superintendent as background information. That's the only piece that I am aware of that was submitted. It was not meant to be part of the contract. It was really kind of background information operationally and how the position worked. So I'm unaware if there was something else that's being discussed specifically about that.
Okay. Councilmember Harrington, I saw your hand
Well, first of all, I would really like to thank everybody here. I don't think that anyone has bad intentions, although I think we have different perspectives. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that my comments are not intended to be a personal attack on anyone, just to be clear. I do think the presentation that was put together was really one-sided tonight. And as I was listening to it before public comment, I really felt like there was a lack of data. There was a heavy reliance on anecdotes from people who supported the program, and that there was no information to give the counterpoint. And I have done a fair amount of research about this topic myself independently, and there are huge national criticisms supported by data showing that the use of police officers in schools leads to the criminalization of youth. So I was disappointed that that wasn't shown here tonight. And I was also really disappointed that there wasn't an opportunity for youth to put together a representation from the kids. And I was really happy that they came to public comment tonight. So thank you for all of the people who participated. I do want to say, by way of background, just to give my take on it. I myself grew up in a very, very, very low income neighborhood that was super predominantly African American. And the role of the police in my childhood neighborhood was to harass and intimidate us. And the role of the police in talking to us as kids was to shake us down and create future relationships so that the people I grew up with could be arrested. That was the role. So I am very sensitive myself to the idea of cops in schools. I think that it sends a message to children that the children that they are with are not safe people. It sends a message that they need to be policed. If I were in a workplace, which I consider a school to be for children, and it had to be policed, that would decrease my sense of safety. I do not think those are good messages. I don't think it's a good message for children that they are expected to go on and lead productive lives when they cannot attend school without police policing them. I think the psychological subtle messages of having a cop in your school are incredibly damaging. If you go to local private schools, they do not have cops there. So I think there are a number of other issues that cause children to act out, like not having enough to eat at home, or having parents that are involved in domestic violence, or, which many, many children have in our area, parents who don't make enough money to provide the things they need for their children, so their home lives are very stressful and the children are acting that out. And the solution, the problems I heard that were raised were social work problems and counseling problems. And I, I understand that from the administration perspective, this may be a helpful tool. But as a parent and also as a person who grew up in a neighborhood where we were harassed by the police, I cannot support this program. I do not support it. And I don't think we should be spending city funds on teaching children that their school is so dangerous, there has to be a permanent cop assigned. I think that's a really weird message. And if it is true that our schools are so unsafe that the children cannot attend unless there are police physically present every day of the school year, we have huge problems we should talk about.
Other comments from council?
I'll go next. So this, I figured there'd be a robust discussion about this, but I didn't realize that the presentation part of it, there'd be sort of this parade presented. I just think back to the summer when we were going through budget and this item was raised, and a lot of questions were raised at that time about this particular investment by the city. Personally, I wanted to know more about these programs, just in general, not anecdotal, and have data about efficacy and that sort of thing. And since, I completely support the good work of our chief and Bob. I know you have a hard job. I support you, but I don't think that we've gotten the information that we requested tonight. And so it just seems like it's just a cycle of kicking the can down the road, and maybe one day we'll have these conversations, but I think we've already asked for the information the last time we were asked for money for this, and here we are again, and we haven't gotten the information that we requested. So I can't support it tonight.
I'll go next. This is Madeline. It's kind of interesting. There's a lot more going on than the SRO. I've heard a lot of discussions brought in the world, brought in the state, brought in the county. Like Amy, I grew up in the city and I went to 9 schools before high school. I shouldn't even be educated, to tell you the truth. But back in the day, we had the recreation director that used to come and stay with us after school because most of our parents worked. So I have worked extensively with Eric Smith, with Leslie Nicholson, regarding vaping, cigarettes, marijuana, drugs, alcohol, all of those things. And Eric was there, all the time. And I did see students come to him and talk to him when I was on campus with him. So those are the things I'm hearing. There's a lot of anger going on. I don't think it's about the SRO specifically, it's about everything. So I think that we're sitting in this, I don't even know what to call it, this quagmire. I think I like that word. And it has nothing to do with what's going on. People are angry about other stuff. Being a Latina, I have to say, I lived in a Black neighborhood all my life. And my mother married a Black man when I was 14. The man saved my life. But I'm saying, what I'm hearing is a lot of anger. I don't even know what it has to do with the SRO, because there are a lot of issues that came into this discussion that probably focused on the big stuff. So I don't know. I'm interested in, I trust Chief Rodriguez. I trust him implicitly because I know he has a good heart. I don't remember maybe my role as an adult with Eric Smith was different, but he helped me a lot when I had questions. I think I sat in 1 or 2 youth and family sessions with Bob Smith. I thought some good work was going on there with families. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I support this SRO, but I think, the anger that's coming in is so many angry people. I don't understand, so there's something else going on besides the SRO. It's a bigger issue. I have no idea what it is, but I would be interested in possibly being more enlightened about the student survey, because saying things about situations, there's all kinds of sides to a story or comments. And so that's I think what I'm finding is that I would like to hear more of what the students say. But I don't know. I'd like to end on a good note, though. I'd like to say thank you to the school district for bringing Paul Toohey back, because I think he's a great guy. And I worked with him on the success program that they had. I don't know whatever happened to it. I thought it was a great program, but this school district didn't want to get involved in it. But, I'm interested in hearing more of what goes on with the SROs. My experience has been wonderful, but I'm not a kid. And I trust our chief. I have to tell you that. So I don't know. I have tons of experiences as a kid as well, growing up in San Francisco. But I don't know what to offer. I can only say that I never anticipated this. I thought it was going to be a simple decision. I never anticipated this, but I think this is the anger that's going on. Rightly so in some cases, misunderstandings. So, I need to know what the kids are thinking. I wish, it was a different answer, because it was so simple the last few times we've supported this. And Chief, you're not fooling anyone. You're not undercover. I see the police car. That's all. I don't know what else to say. I have no idea.
Councilmember Ding.
All right. This issue, representation is really, really the big issue. And it's not gonna be solved the one day, okay? But today, yeah, we got a chance to pay attention to this issue, definitely. And it's good opportunity. But I raised kind of the issue, and the purpose is for the safety of the campus and the majority of the students. So because this position has been carried forward many, many years, okay? You know, they started in 2005 or 2006, yeah. So is this good or not good? And the previous, experience, the past should tell that everything. That's the reason why year by year, this position will be staying in the here. So now I really don't want to take this chance very emotionally turn down this position for next year, because the full representation color issue is not this year or next year, too big. We are afford to pay enough time to solve this issue nicely, gracefully. And I don't want to see big changes, because during the pandemic, we have so much troubles, so much uncertainties. But I really, really want to see full representation, especially for our kids. Remember, the kids, teenagers, kids right now are totally different from what we used to be 30 years ago or 20 years ago, totally different. We need to listen. So I'm the adults, children, as a father. I totally understand. Also, I live in this community. Also, they have their kids. So I will really appreciate it. This whole community pay attention on the full representation issue. But for mine personal today, I want to still support this project. I want to just say this kind of exemption or something like that during the pandemic. I really don't want to see we got another, the concerns, unnecessary concerns, worries, because we already got used to year by year during this emergency time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ding. I think this is a very sensitive issue and one that does need to be handled with a lot of care. And I think that the folks that have come here today to present on this issue have a lot of care and a lot of concern, and our students' livelihoods and the children of our community matter a lot to these folks. And I want to appreciate them for coming and for the work that they do in our community. Growing up in Sonoma, I didn't have any real interactions with the SRO, and the program may have started kind of right as I was leaving, because I graduated in 2005 from Sonoma Valley High. But my experience as a white person may be different than other people's experiences, and I'm sure they are. I do think that there have been significant efforts made in Sonoma County, and specifically in this district, with the SRO program to avoid school to prison pipelines, to avoid these kinds of pitfalls that other organizations have fallen into. And I think we should be respectful of that. I think looking at, people have been asking for data. I think some amount of data was submitted to us by the students, and I think other data was submitted to us by the chief and by Youth and Family Services, showing that the majority of the cases are interdicted and sent in a different direction than going straight to juvenile hall. And I think that that's appreciated and positive. The majority, I agree with the comments that Councilmember Harrington made, that the majority of the resources and the goals of this organization and the places where they interdict sounds a lot like social work. It sounds a lot like counseling. It sounds a lot like these different kind of institutions that we often ask police officers to do, but isn't necessarily in the general job description, and whether or not they have the perfect training and the rest of it is an open question. And I think we all ask officers to do a lot. And I think breaking up some of those institutions is kind of where we want to get to rethink public safety. And I would look to the school board to kind of embark on that kind of a mission and that kind of a focus going forward. There's a desire on council, we have a majority on council to hear more. And I have the desire as well. I think it would be nice, as somebody said, that if there were statements that could be written by some of the families that have worked well with the officers and worked well with youth and family services, so we can get a clearer picture of what that looks like. I think it would be nice if there was a broader student survey. And I agree that there should have been a student voice kind of on this panel that was presenting the item to us to begin with. For me, I'm fine to support the council majority and have this come back in January and maybe have a little bit broader discussion and some additional information. But I think council needs to be clear about what they want to see. And maybe we've been clear before, but we can be clear again. This has been a very long year. So if we have specific items that we'd like to see, whether it's a student survey that's broad reaching, because, you know, I appreciate the work the students done, but we need more information, right, from both middle and high school students. We need hundreds of people in it to really consider it a good example of what student voices are around this issue. I'd love to hear from parents that have gone through the program or students that have been successful to come out of it. I think you should be able to find the people to support you. But I do think that, you know, we have to make sure that as we address issues in our valley and in our county, we look at how these programs actually operate in our county and in our valley, and not what the broad context of some issue is. Nationally, there may be problems, and locally, they may not exist in the same way. They may not be as potent. They may not be as bad. And so we really need to make sure that we're not taking a national lens to look at local issues. And that's why I'd say, you know, more data would be important so we can really make that decision. I really do think that there have been efforts, definitely, to try to make sure that this program is not what the national picture looks like or what historical pictures look like. But we've also heard from students that have had significant issues that they're addressing, and we should respect that as well. I think there's been definitely times where the school resource officer has been an invaluable tool. I think we've seen examples of potential school shootings where students felt comfortable and came forward. And I think that those are examples that we should know about. I don't think that it's a ploy to get us to vote for something or anything like that. I think those are real examples that we need to know about. And examples of where the program has been successful and where it has interdicted and helped people get out of issues. I think that the points that the chief brought up about the low enrollment in juvenile hall is really important. And I think we need to be considerate of that as well, that we're looking to try to keep people out of that institution and reduce those numbers as much as possible and provide other opportunities to make sure that people do graduate and they get forward and they are able to go forward in life. And I also, you know, lend a lot of credence to the things that Councilmember Harrington said again about, you know, poverty. You know, a lot of these major issues, the root causes aren't the police force or, you know, things like that. A lot of it is poverty. It's low wages. It's parents that are new to the country and don't speak the language. It's the type of work that's offered here. It's these kinds of issues, lack of affordable housing and the rest of it, where the lack of internet access and support for that causes these stressors that lead to problems, that lead to youth acting out, that lead to interdiction with police. So for me, what I'd like to see is I'd like to see this item come back. I'd like to see some additional information. I'd look to council to kind of talk about, because there was an expressed interest by 3 council members, Agrimonti, Harrington and Hundley definitely to hear more about this. And not that you didn't, Jack, but I'm sure you'd like to hear more information too. You're the first person to say we need youth voices here and that you want representation. So I appreciate those comments as well. So I think if we can all just kind of, what information do we want? What do we want to see that would make this better or make this something that we would be more interested in supporting, or that what are the holes that are missing? So I'll leave it to council to address that. We'll start with Councilmember Harrington. I can't hear you.
So I want to be clear, I don't want more information. I have enough information. I've done plenty of research and I don't support this program. And I think it reinforces a certain relationship between communities of color and the police. And I don't think it's a good idea. And I'm prepared to vote no. If people want additional information, that would be fine, but I don't have anything specific that I would like to see. And I think, with the example of the child who feels comfortable reporting to a police officer that there is a possible school shooting, that there are other positions where teachers, counselors could develop a relationship of trust with a student where they would know that that was a safe person to report their concerns to, and those concerns could in turn be reported to the police if that was appropriate. So I think that's a fine example, but children develop strong, trusting relationships with all kinds of adults. And it doesn't have to be a police officer. And I think later in life, poor communities experience a lot of policing in general, and that this is just one of the methods of training people to become accustomed to having those interactions.
Yeah, the only pushback I'd have on that is that while it might be ideal to switch to that additional program, it likely is, we don't have that additional program in place at this moment. And so, the gap between those two things is the thing that kind of concerns me, is like, we stop it now and then there isn't a program going forward for the next year. And then, school board, let's assume that they get it together in the next year. To me, it would be better to kind of approve what we've got, make recommendations for changes, and then we move in a different direction going forward, if that's the desire of both the school board, because we have to remember that this is a partnership. We don't have full ownership of this program. And it really is kind of up to the school district, who are also elected officials, to kind of run, in my opinion, to run kind of how that works. But
well, I guess I could just say that obviously, if we really wanted to help kids right now, the main thing that kids would get would be like a one-on-one tutor, because children are doing Zoom however many hours a week they are in large group classes with teachers who aren't trained on how to run Zoom classes, and falling farther and farther and farther behind. And many children, students still do not have access to the internet. So we're talking about having a cop on campus that's closed. So I don't think there's any immediate need for safety or these relationships currently. And it's unclear, I guess the school board would know better than I, when schools are going to open. But there is no current need to have a police officer on campus emergency. There is other uses for those funds, and I would be happy to discuss reallocating the funds that we spend on this police officer on other things that would actively improve lives. And I think for the amount of money we spend on it, that's probably worth one position in the school district. So we could fund one position in the school district to accomplish any of those goals or social work goals. But I think given that no children are physically at school right now, there's no actual threat of something happening or some program going away.
thank you. Councilmember Agrimonti, any thoughts? Or
I've already shared what I thought. I thought a lot of people came here I've been angry. Nobody will never forget that remember my motto was be in the front line and get bloody. That was my past. And I learned that I didn't have to get bloody all the time. But people came here angry. Some of it was directed at SRO, but it was more broad. I think, Mr. Mayor, you said that. It's like a broader issue that's going on. So I don't know where that all came from. So that's it.
Councilmember Ding.
Safety, security is number one issue. And also, just like Amy Harrington just mentioned, if no the direct flat to this semester or next school year or something like that, I definitely, the need and the weight, more information, surveys from the students, definitely. That is my initial idea. But my initial idea based on if any negative potential attack to current, the school's security, students' the safety. That is my concern. Because during the past 5 years and 10 years, I didn't hear much in the big and the tragedy. So based on this kind of my experience, I, made this, the decision. If the no direct threat, definitely, I need to wait for data information available, and then we made a decision. Yeah, I just want to make myself clear. Short and the long term.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Ding. Councilmember Hundley.
Thank you. I also didn't really request any additional information. I was just highlighting when this issue last came up, it was probably in May, and information was requested but was not delivered today. So, back then it was, these programs, the city has always just approved the funding based on the good report from the police chief, no offense, Orlando, and there was just no consideration into, well, what are the alternatives to this program? Is there a different investment that the city can partner with the city with? And are these programs even effective? Like, we don't know that. We just every year hear anecdotes about, people who like the program that want it to go. So there's a lot surrounding the issue. And so I see if the city is going to make an investment in something, it should know that it's going to a good use. And that perhaps considering the very high cost of a deputized officer, I mean, it's basically the same as like 3 other good jobs because it's a lot of money.
I guess the question I'd have is like, we've been asking for data and things like that. In the staff report, it's, the number of citations that have been referred to Youth and Family Services. I mean, so what would be considered good data to you? What are the kind of things that you...
Well, I just described the kind of data that I am looking for, and it is not in the staff report. So I'm not supporting this tonight. I'm not sure if we're going to go around in circles until we get a yes, but I will not be supporting this because...
That's not my plan. I'm just trying to understand, like it's, you articulated it, but it's not, it's kind of vague. So compared to this, like, what are you looking for so that they can provide it to you so that...
I am looking for information about school resource officer programs, whether they are effective and what the alternatives are. That is what I would like to know about. That is what was requested in May.
Generally or specifically to ours? Okay. All right, so it looks like do we have a motion? I don't really feel like there's a motion.
I think it seems like generally, regardless of what our opinions are, it seems like we all are looking for something else. From what was brought here this evening, there were 5 or 6 speakers. So I think that it would be important for us to understand that other side, although I don't know how you get that other side. There have to be proponents of this program, but I think there's a privilege there that, you can't reveal the names of people. Obviously, I wouldn't want that. But I just, I think for me, as I said, I would just like some more information. There was a survey. I think we had an offer from someone on the chat that they'll send us an email about it. So just something like that. I think it's unfortunate that the anger came right at us. We've had people be angry at us. I've had restraining orders to save me from people, but I'm telling you, there was a lot of anger here, and it wasn't just SRO. So I don't know what it is. So I don't know where it came from.
I'll make a motion. Can we move to re-agendize this and probably for the next month? Sorry, John, did you want to jump in? Go ahead, please.
I don't want to jump in your proceedings because it's your debate and I'm only offering information. I'm not a participant. So I want to say that first. One thing that is of continuing interest for the district is ongoing mental health support. It is every bit as significant for us as the SRO is as well. And I think the last thing anybody really wants to see is this issue coming back again and again to your agenda on something where there's clearly uncertainty amongst the members of the council on supporting the SRO. Perhaps for the district, overall economic support makes a very significant difference, and its ongoing mental health support is the place where these funds would be directed by the council. That's something where if you could direct your staff to explore ongoing mental health support as the purpose for these funds, rather than the SRO, I think staff could talk about this and maybe perhaps come to some kind of accommodation administratively.
Well, that's something we could find out later. It's interesting because I would imagine there isn't a lot of those resources for students. There would probably be, SRO would help more kids on campus, and I'm just generalizing this. Please don't direct your anger at me. But the social workers, I don't think there's enough money to do that. So, you know, I would like to wait on this decision if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what you're saying.
If it's coming back at a later time, then I would really like to know if there is some other way we could use those funds in the district to support either social services or mental health services. That is
I agree.
Definitely support. In a broader than that, given the pandemic, I would also support individualized assistance to students who are struggling on Zoom. I think there's a lot of real needs that could be supported right now. So I would entertain a variety of possible other uses for those funds.
Right, and the Education Foundation and the Library Foundation for the county are actually trying Chromebooks, hotspots, all of those things, and looking for additional tutors for children. And I think even finding kids that don't do this, you know, don't want to do it. But I agree with you, Councilmember Harrington.
Great. So I'll make a motion requesting that, or do we just need staff direction? Is this good enough staff direction? Or do we need a motion here?
So I think it would be good for us to articulate what council wants us to come back to. It's because this conversation is, sorry, say again, Logan?
Go ahead.
So if we're going to be coming back and maybe we can, I've got 10 or 12, 14 pages of handwritten notes here. So collectively we can put together the list. So if council wants to hear it coming back, staff could work with the school district. So one, I heard there's a question about maybe broader questions about SRO effectiveness and alternatives. Now, some of that is going to be national data. And again, what we tried to provide you, or national state data potentially, what we were trying to provide you here was kind of the local perspective. So that was one request. I think the other requests are some kind of a youth survey. And it sounds like there has been an informal survey done by youth so far, doing some outreach just in the last day or so. I've not seen the survey. I know there's some chat conversations and it's being sent to the city, and we'll share it with full council when we get it, or if one of you get it first, please send it and we'll make sure everyone gets it. But there also could be a way potentially for the school district to do some kind of a survey that they do out with to maybe the high school and the middle schools, to kind of a broader group. So there's a youth survey. Again, part of this is work in the district. We have to see whether they can do some of this work in the timeline that we're talking. Because again, everyone, as Council Wells knows, you know, the pandemic is impacting city staff, it's impacting school district staff. And so I look to Bruce and our President Kelly on that. I think I also heard, you know, are there alternatives for this funding in terms of other types of program support, whether it's social work or whether it's mental health, et cetera. Am I missing any other kind of, if this is going to come back, data points or information the council wants?
Well, the only thing, as I mentioned, I think you're right on track, Cathy, as usual. But you know what? I can't change my whole philosophy on life with 6 speakers. Do you hear what I'm saying? I heard 6 speakers and oh my God, you know, it's not working. So that's what I need to understand.
I guess my other question when it comes back is, since the schools have been closed since March, what does this person do?
And my understanding again is you're correct, obviously closed now. I think the district's preparing.
No, just
kind of
since March, what has this person done? What do they do every day since there are no schools to go to?
You're talking about March to June. The person has not been assigned since July 1.
Since the schools have been closed and we have been paying, what does the person do?
So you're asking about the SRO from March to June. Basically, he was working for the city of Sonoma. So at that point, we were all quarantined. So he couldn't do much of anything until we came out of quarantine. After June 30th, July 1st, this SRO was no longer in our as part of our team. So the SRO didn't exist and hasn't existed since July 1st.
Yeah, makes sense because schools aren't in session.
Do you have direction? Do you have enough direction?
I think the question I have back to, I mean, I think there needs to be we will need to do a follow-up conversation to the school district. I guess the way this, from the city's perspective, we've seen this, obviously this has been a partnership program for, you know, a number of years. But the reason this went to the school district first was for them to come forward and say, yes, we want this, and here's how we see that we use it. So I think we probably need to go back and confirm, all right, are they able to help do some of this and provide some of this information that we can bring back to council? And I'll turn it back to Board President Kelly or Bruce Abbott.
Well, if I could, I just saw a comment in the chat about, so what I've been thinking about is like, so when this arrangement was made where those 3 parties, agencies paying for a school resource officer, it was considered beneficial to all. You know, the questions raised back in budget was about our investment and like, is this, you know, is this a good investment for us? It's not like we have this money and let's figure out how we're going to spend it on the school. Well, it's just, we've been spending this money. In the comment, it's asking about investing back in youth and family services. Like there's sort of this thought exercise of it. It was more of like looking at the school resource officer program. Is this what we want to invest in? If not, well, it's not like we have to spend the money on just to spend it. No, what is it? And we have our own programs here. So there could be a lot of things. It's just looking at sort of like, is this effective? Is this a good use of our money? Yeah. And so that's what the questions were last May, of just trying to figure out, like, where's the best way we can invest our city money?
Board President Kelly.
Thanks, you guys. I don't want to interrupt your proceedings. That's why I'm being a little cautious before I just speak up on tonight. I can tell you a couple of things I think will probably come back from that extensive amount of homework that the school district will be performing. And it will be that mental health services are incredibly effective, and that all of the data will point in the direction that ongoing mental health support from the city in, say, $40,000 to $80,000 a year would make a significant difference for the district. So we can go do that work for you and come back. And then I think probably the data will support what I just said to you right there, rather than the SRO. And what I would encourage you to think about, maybe even tonight, is to say, look, we're going to repurpose these funds and they're for ongoing mental health support. And don't bring this issue back again. Just make a decision that you're going to repurpose the funds tonight. It will still give substantial benefits to the kids of the Valley. It will still meet your equitable concerns about disparate impact of programs between the city and the Valley. It will potentially get to the outcomes you're looking for.
I appreciate that. I think for me, I'd need to see a proposal and kind of an idea of where that money's going before I would commit $80,000 of taxpayer money to it. But it's definitely a program that I would be, in general and just basic concept, in support of. Sounds good. Sounds interesting. We just need more details than, that. I don't know what exists right now. And this is one of the reasons kind of for me, this is a school district issue predominantly. Like, you guys are the lead organization on this. I think there's a desire on this council to be a partner and to contribute some amount of city funds to helping. by the school district, especially specifically with mental health, or maybe there's another program. So I think we could argue for that for sure. But just I would want it to be a little more fleshed out than that. And in general, I'm supportive.
And just the way the item was agendized, council could not take that action tonight.
Very good point.
Brainstorming
Law
ideas
says we
for
can't do
money.
that.
I'm just going to throw out teacher housing. Teacher housing. There could be ways the city could help our students and our families in a way that is not giving money directly to the school district. There's other ideas out there.
Yeah, what are they going to do with that 44,000? Buy a house? Rachel, come on.
Motion to continue this matter for.
Let's move on.
What?
It's late, and I have some
Second.
good stuff to say later on in the meeting.
Second.
Thank you all so much. We very much appreciate it.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ding,
Thank you, Bob.
Aye.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Hundley,
With all the talking, I didn't even hear what the motion.
The motion is to continue.
Motions continue it to
Yeah.
hopefully the
With that, aye.
Aye. Agrimonti.
and Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, Chief. Okay.
Committee reports from council.
Oh, I'm so excited. Committee reports. Oh my God, I can't find it. Oh, thank you, Cathy. Today we discussed the Fare Free Bus Program. And what I was happy to hear, you brought me the new information that it goes until June 1st, 2021, because I was nervous. I thought it was January 1st, so we still will have Fare Free program. The other thing is, I have a letter here from Zero Waste that Sonoma County CRV bag drop program was designed by a coalition. We're part of that. And they're still trying to figure out new bag drop locations in the suburban cities of Santa Rosa and Petaluma, but more rural areas. Imagine they call us rural communities of Sonoma. Let consumers drop off tagged material and receive CRV payments electronically after the material is processed. I don't know what that means, but it sounds better than nothing. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Madeline.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, I have a comment, and obviously we would have continued to meet, but I just wanted to note that we did not take our vote about continuing on tonight, only as a means of reminding us for future discussions that perhaps we will do that now that we passed that.
Oh, that's right, Amy. It was late.
And it's 11 o'clock. What time did we say we were going to check in at?
10, but it's for new items.
I thought we said we were going to check in at 9.
Was it 9? I thought we said at 10. Okay,
We
so then we
should-
should have checked in.
Anyway, I just thought perhaps on future agendas, there can be a note to remind us to check in. I would have voted to continue it for sure, but just would like to develop.
Yeah, it was pretty.
I just want to develop the habit.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe a stick of dynamite. That would do it, right?
I'm not giving you a stick of dynamite, Madeline, no matter how many times you ask. All right, so I've got nothing to report. Councilmember reports. Go ahead, City Manager. Do you want to do yours or?
So just two brief things. So Chief Rodriguez jumped off the meeting. He was going to be doing an update on the noisy muffler, and kind of in the light of everything going on, I think forgot we have this next item. I think the bottom line is this is a little bit of a tough issue for the city based on some of the kind of legal requirements of fix-it tickets, et cetera. The police department is doing more ticketing, more active monitoring. There's some information in the paper, and we'll go ahead and have Orlando come at the next meeting and do a broader update to the council on this one. My apology. And also just the only other item I have is the commission appointment process. We've now extended again from December 18th to December 31st. So we'll get that information out. And with that, the only other thing I would say to council is two things in the community. One is everyone stay safe and really try to, let's not gather so that we can hopefully in 3 weeks move out of this regional stay-at-home order. And just wants to say thank you very much for the recognition tonight. And it's been an honor to work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy.
Bye.
Thank you, Cathy.
Thank you, one and all.
Oh, Logan, Logan, are you going to clap us out? Oh, he left. No clap.
Consider us all adjourned.
Thank you, Cathy.
Hi, Cathy.
This is the first time I'm going to adjourn a meeting.
Your own council meetings left.
Thank you.
Hey.